Cool. So today we are going to be, today is day 15, and we're going to be working on quite a few things. So yesterday we worked on revamping the today's architecture v2. We added some new questions. So we added company-specific questions, individual companies. We added the ability to auto-attach data, which is pretty useful. So for example, let's say you go in here, you ask a question. You can checkbox this and it will detect which data to attach. So we're using this both in the today's brief and in the chat. So now it runs through an iteration with the LLM. We are now using the Flash model, so it's quite a bit faster. And we're going to generate some new stuff because now we're using a cloud function to store all of our mobile app data every day, and we're collecting it every day. And eventually we're going to start to have some pretty good historical data. That's also going to show on the homepage, and we're going to add more and more data. So Fred data. I think one thing I want to do today is add alerts, custom alerts. That'd be kind of cool based on the data. I'm not sure if we'll get to that today, but I think that's a really good idea. That was from someone on the stream. Before I begin though, I am going to make sure that I am streaming, or we've been having some issues with the streaming. Okay, I believe I am. Cool, great. So to start, I'm going to move first the document over. So we're going to move some of this stuff. I'm just going to move all of the stuff after here to our new day 15. So day 15, yep, cool. To do for day. Today. And just remove some of the ones we already did. There's one thing here. Cool. So now we choose which one to start on. I would say yesterday we made a lot of changes to the sentiment gauge. So let's go ahead and fix that first. That's like our meter at the bottom. We'll work on that for a while. I'm not really sure. Right now it seems a little gimmicky, so we have to figure out how to make it just a little bit more useful, I would say. It kind of just tells you what's the gauge, what's the sentiment of the market currently. Revamp. One second here. Private. Awesome. Hey, how's it going, guys? Sorry, I keep checking because the stream was like going down multiple times, but now it's good, I think. How are you doing? How much does it cost? Hey, Meltosh. The AI editor. Yeah, so the cloud code, the cheapest plan is $20 a month, I believe. Let me check it here. Cheapest. Right now I'm on the 200 one, which is a little crazy. But the $100 one, it was probably plenty, honestly. Our usage on there was pretty reasonable. But with that said, there are ways, like if you were trying to, budget, the anti-gravity has a lot of free credits, so I recommend as far as using that. The prompts, Deb, prompted dev, we're working on this investment tool. You enter your portfolio, it gives you news based on your portfolio, and you can do research here. So you can attach tons of different types of questions and get data really quickly. So, whatever you think of, this is not that's when we forward it to the normal LM. I freaked out. Auto attach. Yeah, integrity also gives a reasonable amount of cloud for free. It does. It's true. So you can see it. You can ask questions like this. Like, let's say you're interested. How does Microsoft return when Apple does well, right? You can also ask more complex questions too. I'll show you the questions we ask on the today's brief, which comes out every day. That's when we're comparing 2 or 3 different things, and we're going to add mobile app data soon. We'll do that today. So these ones are not super interesting. Let's see, Saturday. So this one's good. After the 10-year treasury rises more than 15, was positive. What is the market trajectory over the next 60 days? So you can see it's kind of like multiple things at the same time. And you can also choose which chart you want it to generate. I think that's maybe another component of what we could do today. Allow the user to see what charts we can make for them. Because sometimes people don't know they might not know the terminology of what the hell is this chart. It's like spaghetti. That's all I know, but you explain the system design, how you're managing that. Yeah, so we create these documents as we go along where we first start with the high-level design. So I'll show you an example. So for our pipeline, we started with a design, and we iterated on the design, not this one. Yeah, this one up. And MD. So we tell it to make these docs, right? And then we read it, see if it makes sense. This was the implementation doc. But the actual high level, we did like this one here. This one's also high level. So we should label them. But anyways, yeah, that's kind of our idea is we create the design docs, we iterate on them, we get to a place that we feel like makes sense. And then once you implement it, it's a lot cleaner as opposed to just asking it, hey, can you please do this thing? And then it kind of messes up a lot. So, or maybe it doesn't make it maintainable, so you can't add like new data. That's what we ran into in the beginning, where the first way we designed it, we kind of rewrite it. I made a video today too about our system prompts, which hopefully that's helpful to some people. So let's start with the sentiment gauge, which is something we modified yesterday. We're trying to make it a little bit more useful, a little less gimmicky. Right now it just has kind of this formula here using cloud-based backend or local. Both, so we deployed it. I'm using Google Cloud for the backend, but I turned it off for now because there's some things I need to figure out first. Because I just want to make sure it's like compliant. Because I just want to make sure I fix everything before I deploy it, if that makes sense. I kind of want it to be in a good state, and then we can start enabling Stripe. Right now, Stripe is in the test mode. People can't purchase things quite yet. But the things they would pay for would be like the AI portfolio insights. They would pay for, in the research tab, they would pay for credits. So the idea is we're going to have all this types of data, and if they want to know recent data on meta reviews, they're trying to ask a question like, what are roughly how many users are happy with Meta Horizon, right? Their like VR thing. Right now it's not going to work because we changed, at least I think it's not, because we changed a lot of the code there. So this would be called like our alternative data. But we don't have enough data to make, okay, cool, this still works. So we have some like recent data, but we don't have enough data to make historical charts yet. So we have to collect for the next month or so. Unfortunately, to actually build up years worth of historical data, it's going to be like $700 on mobile apps. So it's really expensive to do that. So I think maybe we might do it for like maybe a couple months. I don't really, so maybe like 10, 20 bucks instead. And then from there, we'll do it ourselves. I think that makes more sense. You can also ask like roughly how engaged are the users? Yeah. It's kind of like it's a tool to help investors get access to the most recent data, and it informs them what they need to know based on their portfolio. So it keeps them up to date. But at the same time, we want it to be customizable, so they can go into their preferences and click all the stuff that they care about, because they might not care about everything. Hey, Chedon, how's it going? Locking in, yes. It's kind of frustrating this morning. Like I kept trying to stream and like Restream just kept throwing errors. So like, but it didn't tell me. So I literally repeated the same thing like 4 times. Like it's kind of a bummer. Okay, cool. Let's get started. So we made our new day 15 doc. The first question is, how should this look, this new sentiment gauge? I'm first going to ask, is this a sentiment gauge? Is it now connected? So every time I run the today's brief, it gets stored for that day, because someone might want to go back and look at what the sentiment was at a certain day. So we want to make sure it's not only stored once, if that makes sense, stored per day with the insights section. So then I attach the sentiments route and the page that it's on, so I can just find it easier. I think one thing we'll do today too is do a little bit of refactoring of a few pages that have gotten really big. So FTSX I think is one of them. Let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick, because that kind of hurts the generations a little bit. Yeah. So this one's growing. Keep it maybe around 800. It's good. Is today's brief you running manually for updation, some sort of audit execution? Oh yeah, exactly. So we'll definitely move it to now we have a deploy script for our deploy or a cloud function for this, but we're not adding the today's brief yet because I kind of just do it manually every day. So, I'm working on this every day, so I just do it manually, but we'll definitely add it. It just runs the same time as our other cloud function for collecting data. But I do think there is a component of like, we don't want to send out false information. So I think I might, for quite a long time, do validation before we actually send this out, because it's going to send it to their email as well. So I really don't want to send people false data. So I'll probably look at the scripts and just maybe run like, we could ask maybe the AI to have an extra validation phase. We do have an evaluator, but we could add like part of that is like to create some tests for this for the scripts. And then the final step is that I will go through it and look at the tests and look at the script, and then we'll send it out. It would send at the end of the market, the closing time, so 1 p.m. PST. And then maybe we have one in the morning yet. We have one in the morning. That would be like 6:30. We don't have it yet, I meant to say. Okay, so I asked if it was connected. It seems like maybe it wasn't. Let's read though, make sure. Sentiment data is loaded. So the sentiment gauge always was showing the most recent sentiment. So that was kind of what we were asking, is like, make sure to save it for each day, because someone might want to go back and look at the historical greed versus fear. We can maybe have a few markers here too, like this is like extreme. This is not original, this exists, but maybe we could come up with our own version. It's a little different. I mean, I guess the other version, it doesn't actually store per day. The other version's on CNN, I think. The reason I am putting it is because I think a lot of people tweet about it, so I figure it's maybe something people care about. I don't really care about it too much, but it's this thing here. I don't want to make it exactly the same. Right now it kind of looks exactly the same, but I guess we have our own formula. Which backend do you suggest? I'd say Next.js is good. So look up Next.js. It's I'll just put it in the chat, I guess. It's kind of just convenient. You don't have to, it's just one deployment. If you're working on a prototype, I'd say, if you're a true beginner though, probably don't deploy. Don't deploy and try to market it until you kind of understand a little bit about some of the risks with that, right? Like, make sure not to expose your keys and all that stuff is very important. I might make I've kind of made that comment a lot on stream, so maybe I make a video or something, then I can forward people to that, so that way they can kind of like know what they don't know, in case if someone's a true beginner, I don't want them to like deploy something and they have some problems. But for prototypes, like you're working on something on your own computer, Next.js is also nice too, because it's just one, you just run it once, it's all there. Don't need to have two separate code bases for your back end and front end. So right now I'm trying to figure out how to make our market sentiment a little bit more original. So I'm going to ideate a little bit with you. Right now, our market sentiment gauge looks very similar to like the CNN Fear and Greed Index thing. So I'm wondering what other ways could we display this that would be like really intuitive to people? Like the gauge makes sense. It's kind of like a gas meter. What's another kind of thing we could do? There's the UI part of it. The formula, I guess, will also be unique. So somewhat. Do Flutter development, but want some server side. Nice. Other than Firebase. Cool. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, Next.js locally is good. I usually do that when I'm making like a quick little prototype. I don't really want to worry too much setting up. Just make it really easy. Just run everything at the same time. So, looks like you're using Whisperflow. Yeah, I use Whisperflow, exactly. Yeah. Great question. The gauge speedometer metaphor is intuitive, but definitely overused. Weather metaphor. Tide, ocean. Temperature. You could do temperature for sure. Heartbeats. Elevation. I don't know about those. Traffic light. No. Compass. Well, maybe this is popular because this is just the best way to represent this. Can you give me some other ideas? I don't really like those. Can you go ahead and look at... How could we refactor this to be smaller? Give me a plan first. Crowd density. Visualize room space with figures. It's not a bad idea. Packed and rushing in one direction green. I mean, it's so unique. I've never seen that. Be scattered. Huh. Pendulum. Pendulum is kind of the same concept, right? Let me look up. That could maybe... Yeah, we could do a pendulum. I actually like that. Simple swinging weights. Extreme left, fear. Yeah, because the pendulum kind of shows it's like the idea of mean reversion, right? You got like, it's going like this. It's always going to go back to the center and then maybe go too far. It kind of the same sort of kind of fun. Yeah, let's do that. The pendulum. I like the pendulum idea. Let's do that. So re-implement the UI. It should be a pendulum at every, maybe you could separate into quarters. So you have the extreme fear, extreme greed, etc. And also for the formula, really make a document and put it in docs on how you're doing the formula right now. We're going to look at it. Okay, I was just testing the chats working again. So there's our refactor plan over here. I just for refactors, I'll just do a couple hundred lines at a time, 200 to 400. Nothing too crazy. If you try to do a large refactor, you tend to have some issues. So we'll maybe extract out some components. I kind of like just making hooks. That'd be easy. Use portfolio data. Daily insights. What history says section. Let me look at that. I don't know. At the bottom or something. Oh, this, right. Yeah, I think that makes sense to make that a separate component. Let's do that. Just this one. Actually, I'm not going to because we made a lot of changes to this yesterday, so it kind of will make it hard to see whether it's a bug with the refactor or what we did yesterday. So I'll choose something separate. Maybe calendar. Yeah, let's do the question card. Let's do the question card. I think that's this right here, this Ask AI. You can send the charts to AI and ask questions. It looks like it re-implemented the UI of that. Looks pretty bad. Send a screenshot and maybe put it in Gemini instead. Gemini seems to be pretty good design, so maybe we should just always remember to do that. Our sentiments analysis, sentiment gauge. The idea is that this is going to be a pendulum. I'm going to plug in the plan. Please implement this. I don't think I need to say much else besides that. We'll look at the plan after it comes out. So right now we're doing these two things. You could think of how the UI should look for this. So that's in the chat. They would be able to see, hey, if I add this, it might be able to generate this chart. One of the problems with this, no, actually, never mind. I was thinking one of the problems is like we can't make all charts for every question, but we could just tell them exactly after they send the question, we'll be able to know what charts they can generate. So then they can choose. There's a little bit of a flow there where they send the question. Then it's like, which chart would you like? This one, that one? Could potentially do that. Do you think we should redesign the attachment? What I'm thinking for the attachments, I'll show you guys. It's been a long process, but I think it's like market, individual companies, you click it, comes up with a thing. You type in what individual companies, boom, boom. Then mobile app data, click it, comes up with another pop-up. Type it, can pick the apps that you're interested in. And then the more will just be other types of alternative data that we're going to add, like Fred data, you can put it in. So it's like the market data, there's like no, it's just everything. So you don't need to do anything. Or you can just do this. So we won't have individual companies like this. It'll just be like just say, we'll just call it like tickers maybe, or equities, but I don't know. Maybe just tickers. Companies. We'll just say companies. Yeah, companies. So maybe we could try something today, which is like, I'm going to draw that. I'm going to plug into Gemini. I haven't tried that yet. So let me, what's the equivalent to paints in macOS? Oh, I could just do it Excalidraw, right? I could just duplicate them. I'll do that. So just in case it like, oh, he wants it different sizes. So it's going to be 3 buttons. Have our little dot, dot, dot over here. Okay, so then they click. I create a thing. Okay. So it comes up with a menu. And it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna remove this or move it somewhere else. Go over here. So it'll say, and it'll have all the mobile apps. It's like listed. As not. I guess we'll test how bad I can do this, and it'll do what I say. Enter company here. Maybe we could have both the ticker and the company. I don't know. Like that. Okay, so we'll try that. And we just need to direct it like I put an arrow here. Well, hopefully it doesn't put the arrow. I'll just maybe explain what the above boxes are. So this will say companies. This will be what did we put currently? Let me check. We just put market. We'll leave it that. I don't know what else to say. Call that at the moment. That just has like ETF and general market data. Okay, so let's try this. I'm gonna leave this there for now. So if you look at the research tab, we have this attaching data area, and I want to redesign it so when they click, a dropdown comes up that I showed in this image in the same way. Those rectangles above should be only showing up when the user clicks it, and they should be able to type it in and search. And the buttons under it, that's what the text you should use should be for those buttons. I guess we'll try that. See if that works. So we've made a very simple little explanation of that. So we'll see how that looks. I guess I didn't explain what this is going to be, but we'll see what it does with that. So I think we will allow it to continue working on the sentiment gauge on the other tab. So it's just running a command to look at what's in the file. So checking if documentation exists, which doesn't yet. I asked it to make that. So it will wait. Let's see what else can we do while we wait for that. So yesterday we found that it's going to be like $700 to backfill our mobile app data, but if we just do a few months, let's figure out what that's going to be. I think it's maybe just 20 bucks, hopefully. Something like this. Maybe we can do it. We'll do it then. Maybe. I'm going to ask it on this one. So we want to backfill our mobile app data in, I believe it's research data. What APIs can we use to backfill? Let's call it 6 months worth at the cheapest cost. Okay, as a plan, I will let it do that. Restyling. I'm reading this one, triggered interaction, clicking companies. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm going to build tests for these ratios down here, because I don't think we have tests yet for that. And stats. Can we make some tests for the Sharp ratio, Sortino ratio? I'm not really sure if our calculations that we do there are always right. Try to make them full integration tests, like you're testing the results from my finance, like you're building the graph, and then you're testing if the value is correct. Once you're done, make sure to update our tests documentation here. It should be a new category of test. In a new folder. In the output folder. Do you guys think we should expand this a bit? Like maybe it's a little too narrow. I think when you zoom in, it probably should go maybe to here, right? I'm gonna ask, but I think that would make a little more sense. Okay, so it says it implemented the pendulum. I'll look. Okay, that looks pretty weird. Well, if the drawing thing works, like, you know, we drew what we were going to do for this over here. It looks like it finished that. I think I see what happened. Put a lot of spacing for the drop down, but it doesn't need to do that. And we'll remove the icon it put. Likes to put emojis. I really like the scrolling, kind of weird. I think it just shouldn't scroll. It should just be like a, yeah. That's what I would say. We'll fix the gap, remove the icon, and it should just be like a list of things. And you can type and it will just like come up as you type. Can you do 3 things? For one, there's a gap. I'll send you an image. Number 2, I'll fix the prompt there. No scrolling on the pop over there. It should just be has the list of companies, and then it will update as the user types. Number 3, those icons there. Do what we were doing before. So I think we had like some small little icons. That's fine, but it should be the same size. All right, so what are we going to do about this pendulum thing? I don't think this... Maybe we can get an image of a pendulum. So it kind of understands... It is a pendulum, but... I'm not really sure what it's trying to do with the... Okay, an image. I think I know, like, we'll ask it to keep it minimalistic. I think I kind of have an idea. Take a look at this image. Can we make it much more minimalistic? Think of this, and then you get like, you have markers at each point. I mean, each quarter, little tickers at each quarter point. What do you call that? Like a freaking marker or something? Okay, so there should be 4 of those. But in this next design, minimalism is key. Let me take a look here. Writing tests. We refactored out the question card. Let's make sure that works. So that's the thing on the charts. So when I click this, nice. Here's to work. Cool. So I'm going to commit those 2 things. Oh, Well, we got our sentiment gauge in the same place. We'll wait a little bit till we get that looking good. That's pretty good. Went off screen. So you missed the component of making the icons like it was before. So take a look at what it was before. Don't change the icons, like the actual button itself was good. So please undo those changes. The style. I guess it also goes off the page. It's problematic. I like the little animated thing it added there. I mean, only did it for one of them though. I think it doesn't need to show so many. Just be a few and then a ... or something. I don't know, something like this. And it removed the part where it explains. Oh my god! It added the 3 dots that I put here. Oh, okay. I think I might discard that. That's a little silly. The one thing I did like that it did was the animation there. It's kind of cool. But oh, I'll fix that. Oh, and I fixed the button. Oh, well, not quite. Shouldn't remove the checkbox though. So let's go ahead and there's still a few changes. Let me see how big this file is, the research. It is fairly beefy. This is running our tests that we're creating for our stats. And this is doing some research for us. Trying to figure out how we could backfill some of our mobile app data for cheap, but it's not so easy. Okay, looks like they're passing. Front end uses, well, not all of them. Looks like this one maybe. So can we fix the problem you described? Let's plan first before we continue. Not a great fan of MCP servers, are you? Yeah, the use of context. But used cleverly, you get value. Well, because you said that, Gremlin, I'm a little bit changing my opinion. Which ones have you used that you found value in? I haven't found any yet. So if you tell me one, I will try it out, and we'll see. It's just like all the other ones, I just couldn't. Didn't save me any time, or it was somehow made what I was doing worse. But maybe there's one that's like gonna help me. So I'm open to it. I just shared my experience so far. Like, not been able to find one that is good. Oh yeah, that's looking a little better. The pendulum. We don't need the thing up here though. It can just be down here. And this will be like there and maybe a little bit of color. This be a different color. It'd be cool if we have a little animation too of the pendulum. It's like, and it like stops right there or something like that. Context, obviously GitHub, because it enters commit properly. Absolutely Archon. I haven't heard of Archon. Let me see. Add your own tasks. That sounds kind of cool. Let me see. This is Archon. Let's read it, I suppose. Okay, cool. So what can we do with this? Task management. Oh, core services. Perfect. Web crawling. Thing is that Cloud Code can already do that part. Okay, cool. So it's pretty easy to do with Cloud Code too. We could just test it out. Disconnect it. Well, maybe we could try the task management. Right now we just use documents. I just use my day 14 MD. Day 15, I mean. I just say, hey, Cloud, add this to my backlog. With a shot, I'm going to bookmark it. Is there a embed option for these? Context 7. Obviously, because it enters commit properly. Oh, I read that. Quite useful in terms of task management. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Okay, interesting. That could be cool. You know, that'd be pretty good because then I can keep track of my tasks a little better. So front end uses estimates volatility. So I'm gonna send another image of this pendulum and kind of explain where we're trying to go with it. You see that top arc? Let's go ahead and remove that. So change the colors on the actual pendulum itself to match the color scheme. And go ahead and move the text for like extreme fear. It should be like near the labels for each, near the section in between the two tickers for each area. It should be nearby. I think those three things will get closer. So this is gone. Granted, that's a lot of text. You have to be like... Also, it should probably be over here. Be over here. Whatever. Oh, right, and we'll try adding the animation. I'm actually going to stop it. I'm going to try to do all those things. Can you also add an animation so when the user looks at it, it's going to do a little bit of pendulum movement into the position? We have to define what it means to look at it, I guess. It's like you scroll to it. It's a little tricky, right? Yeah, it is a little tricky. I'm not actually sure how to do that. We could give it a chance to see if we can figure out something, but it could be kind of buggy. Because like imagine you're scrolling up and down really fast. What will it do? Not really sure. Before you continue, is there any way we could achieve our goal with this animation? I feel like the looking at it idea is questionable. How would we implement that? You can tell Cloud to update all of your research knowledge base of your own app and store locally. Yes. Well, okay, so here's what I do currently, right? We got our documents, we have our docs folder, and I attach the doc based on what we're working on. But I guess the alternative is I just say, Cloud, store this in our stuff. And then I don't have to attach it, right? That's kind of like where it saves me the time, maybe. Yeah, I think we're going to have two separate types of sharp calculation, right? There's one for your portfolio and one for that asset performance page. So you should separate that totally into two different. It should work exactly the same way for each page, but it's just that on one of them we use the portfolio performance to calculate that stuff, and the other one we're just using whatever, just some sort of, we could do some estimate or something. I'll remove that last part. That's not very specific. Oh, it's faster. Gotcha. Well, I do want to find a tool that would work, so I'm definitely down to try it. So it's faster when you tell Cloud to read, versus like. Oh, I see what you're saying. Archon is caching this stuff. Pulls the relevant. Oh, that is kind of cool. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, right? Because otherwise, what do I have to do? I have to create the doc, I have to put it in the right folder, and then I have to attach the folder for each feature, so which means I gotta, like, maintain that. But you're saying Archon can do that for me. It just grabs the relevant pieces for me. I don't need to structure it myself. So that sounds pretty cool, actually. I think I'm getting it. That makes a lot of sense. I give it all my files. It figures out which files make sense to attach given what I'm doing. That's actually pretty cool. Thank you for explaining that. I guess let's go ahead and install it. It should take too long. I'm reading the startup. First we clone it. I'll do this somewhere else, create a new one. I'll just call it MCPs. First one we'll try for at least recently. Maybe there'll be others. Do I need Supabase? What is this? Wait, what is that? Okay. Can you explain for Archon? I would like the functionality where it can, like, I give it a folder and then it's going to automatically pass to cloud code what architecture, what files to attach from our docs that would be useful in our project for each, like, query. How do I set that up? Like, just that particular thing. As you can see, I would rather use cloud to extract out that information. You'll need Supabase. Free tier is fine. Let's see, why can't I just store it on my computer? Why does it have to store it in Supabase? I don't understand that. Like, if I start up the MCP server, you'd think it'd be able to start, like, just store it on my computer, right? That's... I guess it's just it's because it's not run on my computer, right? It's like run elsewhere, and I called their endpoints and stuff. I guess that's probably why. Yeah. I know. I just I understand it. Supabase is pretty easy. Just like, it'd be cool if I could just run it. Future Dylan is going to be full of truly lazy fat people. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll set it up then. Well, okay, I do want to know why I need to. Supabase. MCP. Why can't I run it and store things locally? I see it's using semantic search. So in order to use semantic search, you need, I suppose, a database. But it could still start it on my computer. Unless there's something about that, I don't know. Project was built. Okay. Right, this is what I was thinking. Just SQLite runs on my computer. And I guess the reason is because I see SQLite doesn't have it natively supported. Gotcha. All right. Oh, I can run it locally. Oh, great. So I can run this locally then and just start a local instance and then connect it. I'd rather do that, to be honest. Either way is fine, but I guess how much does that require? A lot more work. Which is fastest? How much extra work? Just do which is fastest. So it's creating a plan. Let's go ahead and build this implementation plan. Let's put it in docs under the folder portfolio. We'll make a new folder, portfolio page. In that folder, put the current architecture MD, and how everything works. We haven't done this page yet, so we're just going to slowly build that, and then we'll update it every time we make a significant change. So let's see, app tweak. No worries, Mikey. Why I use Supabase Cloud? Sure, local's likely better. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. I was just curious why. Like, I don't really care either way. But I get it. It has some it's like super fast search, right? Like this. Okay, which is fastest? Okay, cool. The local Supabase is fastest. Great. Nope. But it says Archon doesn't currently support currently bundle local. Gotcha. So we just start one up and connect it. That's fine. Cool. Let's do it. I'm gonna do this over here. Okay, cool. We just do this in Archon. Start it. Pretty easy. But gotcha. Nice. Let's do it. Then we just connect it to Cloud Code. I think it's the /MCP command. see. I think it got stuck. So let me check. I made a little plan here. Yeah, we're definitely gonna understand how it's gonna do this animation. How I didn't answer that question, which is important. So how is it gonna do the animation? Like when does it actually fire, right? Like is it just gonna be on page load? Probably won't work, right? Because that's a below the, it's not the top of the page, right? So the user won't see it. Because I was just curious, is there any way to implement that that wouldn't be really buggy and weird? I don't think so. Say front end looks fantastic too. Oh, thanks, Gremlin. I'm curious, do you have any, I'm thinking this should be a little wider. Like I think it maybe should go to here, but maybe we ask the AI to. It's a better designer than I am, so create a new one of these. I was kind of thinking, I think it maybe looks a little too narrow. Today's brief, what do you think? As far as like, consider our target user. That's the target user. We have this doc that we send. Like that'd be cool if Archon could just do that for us when we're asking questions like this. On width, I do 80% centered, but my head stopped working. Nice. So 80%, would that be like all the way over here? Or does that mean... Yeah, I'm not even sure, which, let me know. Got the screenshots. The narrow width makes sense for optimal reading. Oh, okay. So maybe there's some like studies about the optimal reading line width. This is probably about that, right? Like, yeah, probably about right. Time-constrained users who want focus, not overwhelming contents. That's true on mobile. This site looks pretty good because it's like, I feel like it's pretty well spaced for the reading aspect. But it might be too narrow because your users are data-oriented investors, not pure newsletter readers. It's borderline. The current width reads more like mobile-first responsive breakpoint and deliberate. That's kind of what I was thinking, like slightly wider, right? Like right now it's here, but maybe it could go to here. Let's see what it looks like, I guess. Can we try just making it slightly wider? Yep, 50%. Oh, I see. You're talking about the zoom on the browser setting. I'm gonna wait on this one because we have a lot of stuff in the pipeline. I don't really want to change this again. I will wait till we figure out the pendulum. What's it doing? Just wants to read this for some reason, but that doesn't have anything to do. %65%. No, but I was asking about like specifically like with our styles, should we make it wider? Like there's the zoom, what the user's doing, and then there's like how wide we're making it, I guess per line. Like notice when I zoom, it always stays the same break and stuff. Like maybe this should be more text. Okay, let's I'll continue the super base thing too. Okay, so I'm going here. Super base init. Sure. Super base start. A MWU B. I gotta start up Docker. Can you create this a doc and put it in our docs? Call it just pricing folder in there. That's for our mobile app data. I'll look at that later. There now, it's just downloading a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Zoom is really common these days. I'm not sure about financial apps. Have a market knowledge gap. Yeah, sounds good, sounds good. I'm just waiting for it to finish installing here. Computer's lagging a little bit. My computer lagged quite a lot, but I think we're good now. I think it's probably starting up Docker because I have a lot of containers. Not sure. Let's use anti-gravity. How do you start a project there? With spec it in terminal, then delegate tasks to agents. I use mostly Cloud Code, but I use anti-gravity for design stuff. But anti-gravity is great because it gives you some free credits, so that's pretty nice. So I think it's probably pretty good. Cloud Code is also good. I use it for pretty much everything else. Okay, so the animation, it detects when we're scrolling. I'm gonna ask a lot of questions. So what happens if the user like scrolls up and down really fast? Will it like be really laggy? How does this work exactly? Is it just like a one-time trigger? Oh, it didn't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's saved. You're just lagging. Don't like it. Okay, we almost done with this install. To set up this MCP. We'll try it. install that. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. I use Gemini 3. That's what I meant to say. I use Gemini 3 and anti-gravity. But yeah, you can use Cloud there too. Opus. Make sure to add make a new file that's like all the files relevant to the portfolio. So that includes the My Portfolio, includes the individual like ticker pages, things like that. So with the Archon, will I be able to, this is what I'm envisioning I can do with it. It's like, I got all my docs for the projects, right? I'm kind of hoping like I can have Archon choose which docs to attach to Cloud based on what I'm asking. So that way I don't always have to do that. So it kind of can figure out what specifically it needs to answer the question. Is this something that Archon can do? Hey guys, let me know if the stream is lagging, because I think after I started up Docker, it's kind of like be pretty slow. So in short, 2 ways: knowledge base and all docs are uploaded. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah. I also asked AI too, but I imagine you guys will both be saying the same stuff. So yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. That's exactly what it's designed for. Gotcha. Cool. Crawl and upload your docs. That's cool. That's actually really helpful actually. Program from the Philippines, not a solid background Reactor Next.js. Okay, to use AI to build a website. Should I learn the basics first? I think it's great to like, prototype and learn. You can spend a lot of time like, working on your project. Maybe some other interest you have, you build a project for that. That's a great way to learn, You can always ask AI, like, you want to get more in depth about what's going on. I think you should be a little careful, probably, like making it, deploying it, all that thing, because you do want to know some things, like, for example, not to expose your keys, all sorts of things, like, protecting user data. It's important. So make sure your database has rules, so that there's like some things like that. But as long as you're making stuff for yourself, you're learning, I think it's totally cool. I don't see a problem with that. The nice thing about using AI when you just get started is you get lots of visual feedback. So it can make you, maybe lowers the barrier to entry a little bit, so you can get something started, pretty quickly, and kind of have fun with it. Like, for example, I took a class and it was just like making games, and I remember I really started to like programming when I was doing that. So I think for a lot of people, like, the visual stuff makes them potentially get into the field. So cool. Upload your docs. Cool. Yeah, sounds good to me. Cool. So I got Supabase running locally. Let's go ahead and try to connect it. What's the next step here? I gotta update my environment. Okay, I'm gonna do this over here. I would try this pendulum animation. It has the potential to be laggy and buggy, but we will try it. So it's just going to trigger once when you scroll. When it shows that you like scroll in the region, then it will run the animation. Kind of weird, but as long as it runs once, I guess it's fine. Unless it's like creating a new one every time, a new one of these. Oh no, wait. I think this, gotcha, okay, never mind. Yeah, we'll see. We'll just see how it's. Yeah, it's good vice gremlin, I think, too. Just mess around with it. Have fun. Yeah, I'm not really surprised we have an error here. Hey, sup, RJ? Still setting up this, but I'm excited to try it. Running this command. Hey, that's pretty cool. Did you guys see that? That's a little animation. I like it. We're gonna change the colors though of this pendulum and the text, but overall, and it should like be a little bit more dramatic, like. kind of gimmicky, but maybe we can get it looking good. And so I'm gonna send that chat while I'm doing this over here. Can you go ahead and make the animation a little more dramatic? Also, the text it's pretty crowded. We can make it a little smaller, the text. Maybe put it a little bit off to the side. Put the score up here. Oh, it doesn't even be here because we have it here. But we move it in the center. The score should be above it, centered above it. The text should be a little bit distance, a little more distance from the gauge because it's a little crowded. And change the colors of the pendulum itself to match the color scheme. So it should be like grayish. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running a bunch of SQL commands, I guess, on Supabase to get this set up. So I guess that creates all the tables and everything that it needs to run the MCP. And I think once I run this, then we're good to go. Oh, that seems good. Hey TCM, how's it going? Welcome back. Hey Brian. I'll proceed here. We're just updating some animation on this, trying to clean it up, make it look good. And then we'll start working on the formula for making this. I don't know exactly where it's going to be, but maybe we could put it... We could put it above here if we get it looking good and we feel like it's not too gimmicky or anything. We're also working on this, but it's the UI is a little bit weird. I might go ahead and discard the changes. So what we tried earlier today is we tried this idea of like, you have this, like you click it, type it, that we wanted to try plugging that into Gemini 3. But the results, we've iterated a few times. Kind of liked it better before, to be honest. So I think I might try this another time in the future, this drawing thing, but not for this particular redesign. So I'm going to discard this. This is what it looks like before. I think we're still going to keep the style, but just have 3 buttons instead. It updates as you type in. So this will be company, type in the company, be like mobile app data, type in the mobile app. Right now you have to like click in here, it's kind of weird. So that's what we'll do. React to shell. We have a lot of problems. Okay, so let's see, I'm in the last part of the setup here. And oh, perfect. So I got to set the environment variables for the MCP project. That way you can nice, looks pretty good. So when you scroll, a little bit of a animation there. Change the colors a bit. I think there should be a neutral. Maybe make it a little bit wider. There's like a neutral in the middle. And it's like, that's what the CNN one is, but you can change. Well, I guess if it's in the center, that means neutral, so I guess it's fine. Oh, thanks, Brian. The part that I like most about this is like you can ask a ton of different types of questions already and get graphs pretty quickly. I did have a lot of fun just asking questions. And we made so many tests now, so we can feel reasonably confident when we make changes. We're not breaking our old charts, so I'm pretty happy about that. Like, we have a portfolio tracker too. You like click in and see individual companies and stuff like that. It's not my portfolio, just like just entered some random stuff. Right now we're working on this sentiment tracker, sentiments thing. So I think we got the UI pretty reasonably good. And then I'm going to try this MCP, the Archon. That was Gremlin's idea. So it'll be interesting. Going to attach our docs. So for anyone's tuning in, that's what we're doing. Oh, perfect. Okay. Cool. I'm doing this setup on the other screen here. Or there's my keys. Okay, cool. Okay, got it.
No, love doesn't fade just because you walked away. You closed the door, said it's done, but I'm still here stuck in that last hug. You say it's better this way, that time will wash it away. But every street, every light I pass, you come back like the past.
Okay, starting it up.
It hurts, it rips
See
me,
if I get any errors.
breaks me and whispers you. I breathe you
Let me change the song here.
every sound, even
Okay. So let's start working on the actual how this is calculated. So currently, can you run me through the flow of how this is calculated? We're going to save it as a doc, and we're going to make a new doc, a new folder called sentiment gauge. We're going to put it in there on how it's designed. Hi, Brian. Is this app only for research? Or are you building it like a companion app? It should be for people, not just me. But I guess you're asking, what is a companion app? I'm not really sure. Yeah, but it is for people. They can use it to research and they track their portfolio. So hopefully that answers your question. The phrase doesn't know their arse from their elbow. Just a cute thing. I feel like I would know what that meant, but I haven't heard anyone say the word arse like in a serious way. Cool. Archon is still building and running. Seems to have no errors, so that's good. So currently we're on this. We're working on the sentiment gauge. We did a little revamp of the FTSX. I'm not going to commit it quite yet. Just took out a component. So nothing too crazy. Not really revamp, just refactor, I meant to say. Let's see what else we could do at the moment. Oh, we're doing this too. So we created a bunch of tests. Created a plan to create tests. Let's go ahead and... So let's go ahead and, before we... see if it... Let's go ahead and, before we implement this, let's create all the tests we need before. Put it in a new folder. Oh no, we already did. That's good. But I think we need to create a new set of tests. We're going to do it in the same folder, the risk metrics folder. Right now, I think we're running the tests on the old way of calculating this, but we're going to create a set of tests for the portfolio Sharpe ratio as well. So we're only going to implement the tests. Make sure when you're done to update the tests.md. building a crypto node, building a app for investors. You can do it sends you a brief every day. Do research, tracks your portfolio and statistics, and you can like look at the cool charts and send it to AI and ask questions. Like, and it would send this every day. Right now my computer is a bit laggy because I'm starting up this Docker and streaming. The combination, I guess, is not ideal. It is what it is. So you can go in and send something to AI if you so inclined, and ask questions. Yeah, thank you. So you can see, explains the chart, kind of what it's saying. You can ask follow-ups and all that stuff, like explain what all the terms mean in this. Just put a question mark. Agreed. Term exams, yeah, in that time. All right, yeah. Right, this is end of your semester, right? Cool. So I'm going to continue with this one. This one's going to make our docs for the sentiment gauge, how it currently works. And we're going to figure out a good set of things to consider for what this value should be. I think we should flip it so the extreme fear is on this side, though. So I'll send that chat. So I'm sending one here in the chat that we made this in. Loving your new position. Actually, here it's the end of the first semester. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, first semester. Yeah. Yeah, I fixed a few things with the camera and stuff, so a little bit. Got rid of that like effect over it, some sort of blurry thing. So I guess on the to-do, I'm just gonna put a section for this testing Archon. Sounds really cool. Actually pretty stoked. I think I'll save quite a bit of time. And Archon attaching the right information. Well, speaking of that, how do I even choose what information Archon has access to? Let me see. Do I just like add it to the database? Let me look. I'll just do it here, I guess. That is very slow. Okay, it has started. My computer. It's working. All right. No, I'm not even. I'm running a MacBook Pro 13-inch, but as the M4 chip. So the reason is because I'm streaming with Docker. I guess, and I'm choosing pretty high settings for streaming. So yeah, I get it. It's a lot of stuff. Without Docker though, I think it's usually pretty smooth. So with MCP's Archon, what's the commands to uh, add information that it's going to have? Do I just add it to the database and then it will start to automatically add it to my chats? Exactly how do I just list the plan to set this up and what do I need to do? And I'll give it the docs that I want to attach. Specifically, I would love if these docs could be used. But my computer's going to speed up here shortly because it's building the Docker for Archon, but once it finishes, it's 45 out of 50, then it will speed up a lot. It's just that building phase. So yeah, it is what it is. But I might consider upgrading a little bit. We'll see at some point. Yes. I haven't tried Raycast yet, Sadra. Look it up. I think you mentioned that before. Let me bookmark it. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, yeah. I actually already bookmarked it, so I'll check it out. Yeah, it looks like it has a lot of stuff, so that'd be could be cool. It's like it's a productivity app. Lots of wow, that's slow. Clipboard history. Clipboard history would be nice for sure. AI, you can ask questions. Great. Sounds pretty good. I would try it. Not right now though, but later. Add the Archon MCP first, then Cloud. Set up a new project for the app in Archon. Oh, great. Sounds good. Cool. Yeah, that seems pretty self-explanatory. So I just upload the files to the knowledge base. Cool. So is the general flow here? I Whenever I send a chat, first it goes to the MCP all chats. It's going to go to Archon. Archon's going to run some sort of analysis of which to does it attach just a whole file, or does it actually find what info in the file to attach as well? So it goes like really deep within it. So let's say I attached a huge file. Would it go all the way down to the sentences that it needs to put in so it saves me context? If it does that, that's pretty damn cool. I mean, that's because I am going to attach a lot of unnecessary data too. So if it's really good at figuring out like down to the line, this line, this line, this line, that line don't need, that would be pretty cool. Nice, yeah. It looks like my screen froze. Let's see here. I don't know how long it's frozen. But there we go. Ah, great. Okay, 1 second. I gotta delete a bunch of stuff. Oh, I just say search the knowledge base. Oh yeah, it's the point of rag. Nice. That's great. Can I customize how sensitive it is based on the query? For example, sometimes I might want to be more loose with what I attach. Yeah, my Mac is like, it's working hard. But it's 50 out of 51, so it's almost done. Another minute or so. You add a little context telling it how to use Archon. So yes, you could tell it to do it on the fly. I don't. Sounds good. Yeah. Wait, would this be like a really simple change? I could actually just change this myself and add this min similarity thing to the MCP. masking cloud with this. Yeah, I know Gremlin. It's still installing once we get it going. I click on the MCP because I think you just do /MCP, right? Else, but we'll do it when. Right now, I'm deleting some data on my computer. That way, the stream doesn't freeze. I have to find things to delete. Because Docker added a lot of installs. I'll delete Android. I don't need it. Yes, it's true. Oh, it's already making the changes. Please do not. I think it's a Git repo, so I can just discard it. Because I cloned it. Actually, I won't do that because I didn't add a git ignore, so put a key in there, so please undo these changes. Hey, sup guy. Dude. Yeah, saw it. Yeah. I'm uninstalling. I used it in college, but since then I haven't used it very much. But yeah, I think you're right. I think I made a mistake in some sense because when I got this computer, I like brought all my files. I used the there's some feature Mac has where you can just like Mac OS where you can like transfer all your files from your last computer. But this one had less storage, so now I just have like all this stuff I have to delete. So I think I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. you know, a good AI provider. Be Perplexity for this platform. Yeah. You mean attach the API for it? That'd be good. Unfortunately, they don't allow the chart generation that they have isn't in their API. That would have been really great because we could have used them as a fallback. Like when our chart generation is bad, we call their chart generation. That would have like covered all of our tracks. But unfortunately, they do not expose it. So, and there's no other place other API that I could see for that. Okay, the Docker has finished. I've deleted some stuff. I think we are now good. My computer has been restored. We are ready to continue. Using for the AI now. Right now it's Gemini 2.5 Flash. Delete one more thing. Old textbook. Cool, we're done. So now let's go ahead and connect this. We did get one error, so I'm going to make sure that is fine. The Archon server appears to have an error, but the Archon MCP does not. So will this work still or no? Gotcha. So it is broken. Okay, I will attach the errors. Okay, it's a simple error. That's good. It's related to when I put in the .env, I was supposed to use HTTPS. If it takes as long as it did last time, I probably will not run it right now because that was kind of like, yeah. Oh, I see. It's because it was installing a bunch of stuff probably. Okay, yeah. So let's do it. Just restart without building. To fix the error though. How many cloud windows do you have open? Normal vibe coding experience. Oh, won't work. Network is off. Yes, let's see. I have usually just 4 open. Just restart. Okay. We will see. Okay. Looks like many apps you built so far? We've worked on a lot of things. Yeah, 2 exhausted hamsters on the Mac, it's true. They did their job, though. They installed a bunch of stuff. A lot of these apps are, like, you might see a lot in the description. A lot of them are not really quite finished, right? So if you go on them and you use them, you're gonna be like... Yeah. They're, like, probably... Like, some of them are not even 10% finished, right? The Tidefall game, like, that would be, like, a year or 2 of work, so... we have some projects we're working on, but a lot of them are not done. So, if that makes sense. I guess, how do you know when you're done with a project, though? A nice disruptor. Okay, I'm going to proceed with this plan. It's just going to be to change the... just reflip this. That's all we're doing there. Moment. Okay, we got the same error. Let's see. Oh, I see. I see why. That shouldn't be HTTPS. That doesn't make sense. HTTP. But I'm going to ask Cloud because I'm a little confused why it didn't work. I'm attaching the errors. It is related to what I put in the environment file, so it's my fault. Yeah. You're right, Gremlin. I put HTTP the first time though, so it didn't work then either. So I attached the error, and we'll see what Cloud says. I'm keeping the window over here though, just in case, because yeah. So it says it should be valid. The error suggests the URL being read. So it seems like the error is telling us something that we do have, what Cloud says. Okay. I'll let it run there while we do our stuff. Okay, it did flip the pendulum. Let's see if it flipped the animation as well, though. Okay, cool. I flipped the animation. Let's go ahead and read how this formula is working for how it's calculating this. So I thought we put it in a sentiments gauge. don't see it. CD sentiments. Oh, it's not there. Well, it's going to be in our GitHub desktop, so let me check there. I do not see it, so I don't think I made it. Did you make the... Go ahead and do it. Oh, I see. I have to change the URL instead of using the localhost. I have to use this like internal Docker URL for the Supabase URL for the setup. Okay, I'll try that. No worries, Gremlin. It's maybe because I'm doing it localhost install, but don't worry, I don't have any problem with taking a little time for the setup. You know, I'm kind of thinking like if it is good, I can make like a video or something. So that's I think it's something people will be interested in, right? Like people are always trying to find cool MCPs that work. There's like whole ass like big websites that are just like MCP rankings. So if this is granted, you know, maybe this is a popular one that I just didn't know about, right? But if I like it, then I'll make a video about it. Okay, so I changed the URL. I'm gonna try running it again. Compose. Okay, so I made a new document we're gonna read. Data feeds docs. That is where I am. Oh, I see. I made it in this folder. That's fine. I guess it actually makes more sense because the other one was in the backend, so this is more of, well, I guess it's both. Oops. So this one is not using our, because now we're storing this on Firebase, the market data, so we got to change that aspect. I guess it's still storing locally, so it also needs to store. I thought it was storing on Firebase, so I saw it, so I'm confused about that. For this data, do you actually... Oh, I forgot to yank that. For this data, do we have this information, this moving average? So I don't really see in this doc, like what percent is each for the number. So VIX is 80%. Let's make it 90% of the number. The rest are just, well, we'll do 80%. Make it clear in the UI what the biggest impact is. Cool, I got a different error, so that's good. That's progress. Must have not put in the right API key. Projects. Yeah, disruptor, yeah. It's okay. Kind of just have to get used to it, you know, that's just what the process is. Granted today, you know, we're doing a little more debugging this time. But definitely we do spend quite a lot of time just debugging and fixing things. So I like this, we changed the UI here. So this like VIX measurement, that's gonna be most of what this is. And we're gonna re-explain how this should work up here to the AI so it can make the changes. So you see at this part on top of the dock, the way it works currently is we now store the market data in Firebase. So you can grab it, do it the same way that I'm not sure we ever really validated that it can grab it yet. I think we made tests, but I don't think we actually made sure that it's getting the data from there. I guess the way we can make sure is delete the data in our project and then assume it worked. Also look at the logs. Either way. I'll just rename the folder and then we'll see what breaks and then we know what was depending on it. So So now if I regenerate the brief, if it doesn't work, we know that it was depending on our local data instead of what was on Firebase. Yes. So that I'm sure that error was because of that. Let me rename it though to make sure. Yeah, okay, so now it's generating. So it looks like our today's brief, let's change that first. It should use our data that we are now storing. Just gonna make sure we have all the data. I believe we do. So I'm going to the database. Actually, it does look like it's missing some things. Like a lot of the historical data, so we're gonna add mess with the cloud function a little bit. Well, for now, we'll just keep it the local data. It's fine. Once we get everything, then we'll transition. So let me look what else is wrong with this document. I think at the very least, let's make sure we're storing the final sentiments in Firebase. We'll fix this market data for everything later. So let's go ahead and make sure we're storing the sentiments in the database. It should be under the insights. So it's part of the insights collection. For each day, we're going to store the data. That we don't really need to store much, just the score. That's pretty much it, actually. Oh, right. We need to score. We need to store the score and those variables that led to the score because we put them on the front end. So we need to be able to fetch them. I'll remove the part that's wrong in this prompt. Okay, looks like it's already saved. So if that's the case, just update the document. Yeah, exactly. So it needs to make sure to read from Firestore as well, not just right there. So just making sure we're no longer depending on that file, right? In that case, update the document. We generated our new daily brief, which won't be best data because it's early in the day, but we'll read it. Should probably factor in the time of the day. Market really down 1%. It's not. Heck. Weird. It's kind of a fun question. That worked. Cool. So it looks like when I generated that brief, though, it's the same score as the last one. So we'll try to understand that. When I ran the brief, I generated the new today's brief. It was the same score as yesterday. So let's try to understand whether it's hooked up or not to the button. So for this split one, we just did tests, I think. Yeah. And docs and tests. A little bit of a refactor. We can remove this because we're no longer using it. I actually like this. I think it's cool. I think we should make the animation a little more like... Right now it's just like this. So much more pronounced. Could go up quite a bit and come back to position. Mm. Let's see, what else are we working on at the moment? I'll maybe get back to the Archon thing a little later. Well, I'll just work on it over here a little bit, but while we're doing stuff. Allow the user to see what charts make for them. I'll probably do that later too. We have an idea for this. We've tried a few times with the design, but we haven't quite gotten it, so I'm going to skip it for now. We're running tests for this currently. or create a test for it. We could run it now. Oh, right, we haven't started the implementation, so not yet. So I'm going to pass in the implementation doc after we read it. Over here. Mm-hmm. Where is it? I'll put it under portfolio. All right. So this is our implementation doc. That makes sense to me. Okay, let's go ahead and implement this. But before you do, make sure you built the tests already necessary to test this. Okay, we got an animation, more intense animation. I'm gonna see what it is. It's kind of cool. The only thing is, so at the end, it like just stops, but you should make it like a gradual stop. So it shouldn't just be like just slow down the acceleration and then it stops gracefully. So did you hook it up so like it only will publish the next day if the market is closed? Is that kind of what you did there? Another component is like it says change this text. It's this and also, how are you calculating the number for that? Are you just doing it based on like some percent, like 100% being like the max it's ever been or something? You could put the meter rate under the portfolio performance if it's good, I suppose. Just something they can customize. Yeah, Kalik, that's what we were doing. So if you look right now, the game, it's like this top-down view. We were gonna make it a MOBA, but I can easily revert it back to what it was. If you see in the videos, like we were gonna make the open world thing. The reason why I pivoted is because that would just take way too long for one person. So I was thinking I could probably finish a MOBA in like 5 months. So I'll do that. And I think it'd be a browser MOBA. Maybe there'd be a little bit of demand for that kind of game. But yeah, still takes a long time. even with limiting the scope. I'm with you though. If you have like a cool like pirate ship game you can explore, it'd be kind of fun. So show me how the math works for how you do the final calculation for the number on the sentiment. And Kalik, that game also has commands and stuff. It's kind of fun. Like you can fly around. You can like put wings on your boat. We spent a long time like just like adding commands to the chat. And there is like a fishing. You can fish too. That was actually a fun little mini game. I removed a lot of it as I was making the game something else. But I think I might undo that because that was kind of cool. So I think it actually already implemented this. So let's go ahead and run the tests that it created. Can you go ahead and run the tests? Yeah, thanks, Kalik. Did you check that all of these actually work? Can you make build some tests for the sentiment gauge to make sure all these numbers are working? So we're building tests. Let's see, so we ran all the tests for the Sharpe ratio, but now we will be the judge. These statistics work. So it looks good here. And whether it's true or not, we'll see. I zoom in. Whoa. So it should be really negative. Yeah, that seems pretty negative. If I choose like this. Why does it do that? I wonder. Weird. Does a little glitchy behavior. You can make the ASCII button bigger, maybe. That's fine, actually. Hey, Disruptor. Sorry, I missed your message there. I usually just work on one or two projects, but yeah, I'm mainly focusing on this one at the moment. Okay, so I passed all the tests, so I guess these numbers are working reasonably well. And maybe we could put this under the inline chat. Also, let's go ahead and adjust that in the preferences. Also in the preferences for the sentiments gauge, there's no icon, so if you could add one. think this file's still a little too big. It's fine. We did a little bit. A little. I think I'm done with the sentiment for now. I think it works pretty well. Test it tomorrow too. I actually like where that is. I like it because when you load the page, like you can see the animation run. And it makes it a little engaging. You're like, what's this? It probably doesn't need this explanation here, right? It's gonna... self-explanatory. Spelled that wrong, I think. It's fine. Okay, we're going to try again, the attachment. We've tried quite a few times, but there's a good chance on that one. Okay, it should have removed the interactive charts. I guess what do you mean by interactive? Like you can ask AI and create a new chart. Like, but there is one thing we need to do, which is like currently if you do this and try to create a new chart based on this, you'll need to copy the question and just change it because we need to send prior context. So like saying, hey, this is the previous question, the user's asking this, and then we can generate the question again. I mean, generate the chart again. So I guess if that's what you mean by interactive. Although TCM, I think you know that because I already... So I'm assuming you meant something else. So. I guess what are you thinking? Oh, you're thinking like I can hover over it and there's like some interactivity. Like I get maybe some more information. That'd be kind of cool. Actually, we can definitely do that. Because the way it currently works is that we do the script, we build the chart, and then we take an image of the chart. But what we can do on the actual homepage is we don't do that. We only do that for the email. Then it would be a little bit more like, it would look cooler. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to do that. Thank you. Only the emails have images. Yeah. Well, actually, the way, because we actually did have it before where it wasn't images, and so we just would have to really just revert to that. Like, just on the homepage, it's not an image, and then we would have a little bit more like look pretty legit. I just kind of forgot about that. Sometimes when you look at the same thing for a long time, it's like it's hard to see what's weird. So can you create a plan to implement this? Make a new doc. I think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's talk about it first, but I'm pretty sure right now we take an image using the matplotlib and then we just kind of use that as the image. But what if we just don't do that? And for the homepage only, for the email, we'll take the image with that library. And for the homepage, we'll actually just keep the script that generated the chart. So that way it's a little more interactive, like they can hover over sections and things like this. Okay, so I tried again at the attachment of the data. Yes. The secret to this was asking it to make it more like a commands terminal. This is kind of what I was thinking originally. The only thing that it removed though is the more. It looks great, don't change it, but please don't delete the more section because that's how they're going to attach other types of data. We have nothing in the more section at the moment, but we're going to add others, so just kind of keep it there for now. Oh, but I don't like how I did that. Granted, I get why I did that, because where else would you put it? Yeah, I'm not really sure where you put this. Like, does it go in the... Hmm. It could be above. I'm trying to figure out where to put this in a way that doesn't look like this. Can we come up with some ideas for where we'd put Microsoft and Google in this image, like a new UI design? I was going to say, pretend you're a professional designer. But I'm not going to. What do you do when you're financially free? I will do exactly this because I like it and I have a lot of fun. Well, actually, sorry, I'll be working on the games. That's what we're doing. It's not exactly this. But I really enjoyed working on the games, so I'll probably just stream working on the games. Inline button. Oh yeah, that looks good. Oh yeah, let's do that. Why didn't I think about that? Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense. The inline button. Interactive charts. So I'm right up the curve flow. Pipeline generates question, runs the backtest code, gets results. Matplotlib renders a static PNG. The difference is we send the raw chart, render interactive charts. Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's do that. So no backend changes are needed. Already returns this data. Oh, wow. The data is already here. Right, because we used to have it, so. Oh. Yeah, let's go ahead and use recharts for this change. Try to keep this change very minimal. So just really scope the change as much as you can. Do you guys think we should put this above the chat? So this is not lined up. So I'll try to fix that. This market sentiment above it or below it? Oh, TCM, do you like the speedometer better? Oh, well, I'll show you. The pendulum does like a cool animation. I kind of like it. The reason I did a pendulum is because I didn't want to just do what everyone else is doing. Like everyone else is this kind of thing. Everyone else does this. I wanted a different looking thing. I mean, in a way, it's just the same thing. It's just reversed. It's just upside down. But regardless, it does look different. So it's a little silly. I mean, ours has an animation. All right. Anyways, we should have the new chart. Let's look. We might have to reload the today's brief. I'm not sure. Do we have to reload the today's brief? Because I think you're right. Like, not sure. To get the new charts. Cool. So I made some changes to the research page. Oops. Yeah, that looks much better. Like, it just puts it in here. Yeah, perfect. That's what it should do. So it gets rid of the... We can only attach one of these at the moment. One category of these. We'll fix that at some point, but keep it simple. Okay, we have our new tests and stuff. I guess this is just the when we ran the tests, the output of the tests. New plans. New data selector. Cool, moving it. So moving sentiments gauge. Restyling. Attachment. One thing I'd like to do is cross that out. Oh, cool. We did this too, so we can cross this out. This is the statistics at the bottom. We made a bunch of tests, and I think it's looking good. Right. Okay, this is the next part. We're going to focus on getting the interactive charts. That's this part here. So what is it doing? You need to reload. The data is already being returned. Okay, I'll let it do that. Okay, cool. Let's see, why wouldn't it be loading then? It looks like it's still the image. Any idea? It is today, so. Oh, we only created the planning doc. Got it. Let's not have check that. So, where is it? I think I already read it, so it's good to go. Let's go. Slowing down pendulum makes progress feel like it's stalling. Oh, let me read this. This TCM is probably good feedback. Slowing down makes progress feel like it's stalling, while a speedometer style indicator feels fast and energizing because clear rapid progress visuals boost. Whoa. Well, that's pretty cool. Interesting. But when I open this page, do I feel energized? Let me see. Let me test this theory. I think you're right. There is maybe some psychological component of like seeing a speedometer. You're like, yeah. And then when you see a pendulum, let me reload the page. Yeah. Interesting. There may be something to that. Thanks for the feedback. We could ideate some more. I'm probably gonna keep it for now. But there could be something to that for sure. Boost motivation. Okay, so I can only attach one, but we should be able to attach multiple. There's no real reason. Just like we can with the companies. Oh, I guess it starts to look weird at 3. I guess TCM, do you have any ideas? Like, should we just keep it the same as this one? I feel like we need our own display of it somehow. Like we have an idea that we want to communicate, but I just don't want to take what already is like popular. Okay, cool. We got our recharts. This is what it looks like. It is a little different styling. Also, we changed the colors a bit for the highlighting. So if I ask AI what happens now, it does take an image. That's good. So we should make the styles match the image, I think, at the least. Can you go ahead and make the styles match the image? So right now made the background gray. So it should be like the same colors and everything. And make the highlights not too aggressive. Like it should just be like a nice transparent color. Yeah, good idea, TCM, on the interactive charts. I think this is a little better. Oh, and this one you have like the win percent. That's kind of fun. Definitely before it did just look like an image. All right, I guess while that's going, I'm going to go grab a coffee. So I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. How's it going, Shree? Oh, cool. It changed the color. That looks really good, actually. I like it. Only thing is it's a little bit weird animation. Yeah, it looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Okay, I'm gonna commit that. Go charts. Upgrade our recharts version, so we'll just check that our portfolio still looks good. Nice. Oh, we should probably test it for the other types of charts too. Let me go back to the oh nice, yeah, it looks pretty good. Although this one's still an image. Yeah. So it looks like it just made this type of chart interactive. Let's make the other ones interactive too. Because we have all the code for it, so it should be able to do this. What about our other types of charts? So like these ones, can we easily create interactive charts with recharts the same way? Or does recharts not support some of these? So it's a recovery path chart. Recharts can handle this, but it requires a different approach. Good part is each gray line is a separate historical event for all lines. I guess, is it okay if we just have one type of chart that's not interactive? Also, all those conversation lists at the left side, not looking pleasing. Oh, I see. Are you talking about these or are you talking about these right here? Or are you talking about on the research page here? Let me know. So it sounds like we can do most of the charts. Although, so you're saying that we can do it, it's just going to be slow? Is that sort of the situation? On the research, gotcha. So you're thinking it can be collapsible, right? We talked about that, but it's like, I don't even know where to put the button. Maybe it could be like right here. Yeah, like some sort of thing right here. You click and it's... That's probably fine. Yeah, maybe for like the image that we send. I get what it's saying. It's saying we don't need, if we have all of them, it's going to be slow. So we could just do a sample. Let's go ahead and do that in the research tab though. So on the research tab, let's go ahead and have a little icon. It should be in the same style as the market company's mobile app data button. Very minimalistic, but it should be something we can click and it will minimize the conversation list so we don't have to look at it. Just a collapsible sidebar thing. It works the same way as the one on mobile, like the hamburger menu. That's what that's called, right? I think so. I guess let's just try it. Like, let's just start. You implement the recovery path. Try with the full 765. We're going to see how slow it is. Granted, it has to load a mobile and everything. Maybe we could detect a mobile device and make it... Although if you think about it, right, like, how many lines are useful, right? Like, if I look at this chart, like, does the 700th line add any value? Probably not, right? I mean, you can barely even see it. It just looks like... Maybe you could just limit it to, like... You need to get a good sample, though. And that's part of the problem. You gotta get a good sample. Let's just do the others for now. Decide on that one later. Okay, can you implement this for the others? Also, can you go ahead and make some more tests for the scatter plot? Like, look at our insights and deep dive questions. I don't think we have any tests that are actually testing the scatter plot, so we should create some because I haven't seen it in forever. I'm going to see how I implemented the first one to make sure it's good for the others. So I created a new file, which is good. I think I'd like it to create a new file for every one of them. Drink water too, yes. Do drink some occasionally. I'm gonna ask it to create a plan first. I'm gonna separate these two. Okay, let's go ahead and create a plan for this. We're not gonna do the recovery path quite yet. Let's create a plan. Every single one of these should be a different file. So comparison bar, interactive chart, histogram, interactive chart. And so create that document. Oh, nice. That works. Yeah, this works, right? I imagine that disappears on mobile. So let's check it out. So if I ask a question, let's make sure it doesn't come back. It's cool. Oh, wait, this doesn't have to be an image either. This could be an interactive chart as well. Someone's saying in the chat, the only time it needs to be an image is for the emails. But there maybe should be a button for them to save it as an image, right? Like you might want to, oh, we can't click into it. So we'll do that next too. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks good. Let's go ahead and do it. Actually, also just do the recovery path too. We're going to try it out. So just implement that as well. So implement all of those. Something's messed up with this one. So I messed up something. Still working on the Archon thing. I think I have a... Oh, I see. It's a version mismatch of my Subabase, essentially. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna install an older version. At first glance, I don't see any hierarchy or differentiation in today's brief page. It's looking like a single long article. Is it or different topics? Yeah, this is a really good point. It's like this gets to the fundamental design of this. So the idea is like this is a brief on everything today. All this stuff is related to today. But I like your feedback because it's like someone might read this and might be like, what does it have to do with today? Right? Like the S&P declines more than 1%. You're reading that, you're like, okay, what does that have to do with anything? Like, is this today? Is this just like... So I think we should maybe make clear everything here is about today. These charts, they're about today. We've generated based on today, what happened today. And we're trying to give you data based on what happened today that you might be interested in. So I think we should maybe think about how we communicate that. Like maybe it's like what history says based on today. Maybe it's as simple as that. Just like change that. But before we get to the charts, we probably should say what did happen today. So you read this question, which one of these things is the thing that was today? Well, it's the 1% on volume, whatever, right? But like, I didn't know that was the case. You know what I mean? So I'm pretending to be that person. We should put maybe the following data. Here's what happened today. This. Here's the charts. I think that makes a lot of sense, what you said. I'm going to put that down here. Make it clear the charts are about today. What history says based on today. Under it, put what did happen today that the charts are talking about. I think that will clear up some things. And then also, well, I think if we did that, that would go a long way to explain when people are reading it, or they're like, okay, I understand. This question is asking because I just read that happened today. So we're asking this question. So I think that's what we'll do. Do you think that makes sense, TCM? I think. Let me know if you have any other thoughts. It is definitely wordy. So you're saying improve by changing text colors, sizes, etc. Yeah, I'm curious to hear, your opinion on that. I'm not really so good about like what I can't even think of like what how the colors would help with the. I mean, I agree it's wordy, but how would the colors help with that aspect of it, I guess. That part I'm not really sure about. I think you're talking about the chart maybe. But to be honest, I kind of like the chart's colors. Kind of looks like paper. Okay, we created all our interactive charts. Let's go ahead and hook it up. Oh, I might have already hooked it up actually. Let's check it out. Nope, not yet. Did you already hook it up to the today's brief? Oh, look, it actually generated market sentiment for past days? That seems suspicious. How would it do that? We don't really... Actually, we do have historical VIX data. Huh. That's cool. Hmm. Did you add fallback logic or something? Because some of these are interactive, some of these are not. I'm gonna look at that code here. What did we do? So in this case, it's not a bad thing it added this fallback. But I actually will keep it, right? Like, if for some reason the interactive chart fails, just render the image. That's fine. Oh, this is the interactive chart. So you had the title in brighter and bold. Users have to read whole title to understand. Oh yeah, you're totally right. If you think about it, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because we already have the headline and description. So it should be basically headline, description. I don't even know if we need to... Oh, we don't even need to say this. This is for us. This basically explains the whole thing. As soon as you said that, it's like so obvious that's what it should be, right? It's like, why would we have this whole ass question they have to read? Maybe we keep this description. Thank you, TCM. You're helping a lot. I think that makes a lot of sense. There's no point to showing this. It says it in the chart. then the lowest data of it's trailing 252 days. Granted, I don't think we have this information. In the chart headline. But most of the time we do. Yeah, you just put this under the chart. The hell's the point of this? Can't really think of anything. The reason to have that. Simplify. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to change, we're going to actually remove the long question titles. Honestly, we can just do that ourselves real quick. That's pretty easy. So I think it's this here. Looks like we're injecting it somewhere or something. All right, then I will let it find it because I don't see the text itself. I don't feel like looking around for it, so. Move the description under the chart. I'll just attach an image. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to clarify I mean the UI. It doesn't. No. Should have committed. It's okay. That's a small change, so I'm going to commit and then ask it again in a new window because it thought I was talking about the charts because the context of the charts. We had the context of the charts in the conversation. There you go. Tell it to follow article text format with hierarchy to font sizes, colors, style. This is so pleasing to eye, little clutter, not overwhelming, etc. Prompt this. Sure, I'm willing to try that. So you're thinking about redesigning the whole today's brief in this kind of structure? Give it a shot. I'm going to start with removing the title, moving this under there. For this section where we have the headline, the what history says, we're going to remove that headline from the UI. So we're not going to display that to the user anymore. And we're going to move the description to be under the chart. As well as the historical occurrences, put that under the chart. So, but that should be above the description. So it goes chart, historical occurrences, description. Yeah, I see what you mean about the speedometer. I feel like speedometer's better. No, do not remove what history says. Remove the actual headline of the chart. Do not remove the thing under it either. Don't remove the disclaimer. I'm talking about the chart title, the long chart title. Please remove that. At this point, it would have been faster for us to do it, but that's whatever. That's what it is. See, I'll be right back. Someone rang my doorbell. So, one moment. I am back once again. Okay, where we left off, we were restyling some things, changing the title. However, still to see the title, so where did it go wrong here? Remove the headline again. Discard that. What is it getting confused about exactly? Let me look at the code. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna remove this. So I'm not talking about on the chart itself. We have a headline on top of the chart. See if you can identify that and come back to me. It's not what you just removed. It's the actual chart title. Let's try the super base again. Yes, exactly. So we're no longer going to use this headline prop, and we're going to put the description and historical occurrences below the chart itself. Just see if it understands that. Doesn't, and we'll just do it ourselves, I suppose. No, not the chart. But it's so frustrating. It's misunderstanding is okay. I forgive it. It is slightly annoying. Yeah, thank you, TSM. TSM. You're exactly right. Oh, did remove this below. That's part of the battle. Could be because it's looking at the wrong file. Let me look at that question card. This is the question header, so just remove this, right? It's as simple as that. Okay, cool. That was all. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add the, we're gonna add some sections under here that explains like what happened that day. But keep it very concise, right? And it should just be related to the charts. Like, why are we asking these questions? That's the goal for the top part. I think the first thing, change what history says. I guess we can leave that as long as we explain right after what we're doing. Okay. So our objective, I'm going to clear the context though. And I'm going to attach the file. This is in the question card. So in the question card, it's actually not here. It's right under in the app.tsx. The question card is right after that. It's this part. So after the what history says and the disclaimer, we're going to add a section here that's about essentially why are we asking these questions. We have a set of questions that were selected by the evaluator. It went through the whole pipeline. And we want to communicate to the user, hey, this is what happened today. And we want to do it in a very concise way. They can read it, understand, this is what happened today. And then the follow-up charts will make a lot more sense. But first, let's start with how do we design this? Because we do need to look at the chart data to be able to make that summary. So let's come up with the design. Let's talk about it first, though, before we create the design. Okay, so right now we're working on simplifying. I think it already looks a lot better, way less text. And we can even add more charts. But the next part is adding a little summary up top. What's going on? We have the overall market summary, top news, questions. Here's what I think we should do. The evaluator should come back. We should just have the evaluator come back with the summary for why it chose those charts. And the summary should just, for the prompt, we're going to explain to the LLM that you need to communicate this as simply as possible for why you chose the charts based on what happened today. And it should be just a quick little bullet point list of one bullet point each. That's like, and use an example, right? Today was a low volume day, so we're asking this question. Or just something like, today was a low volume day, today had this happen, today had this happen. Before we continue though, can you give me an example of like what this would look like that we would show to the user? And we'll try to refine from the alternate backgrounds to those different topics or charts sections in the whole page. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So you're thinking on the chart itself, change the colors. So each chart is a different color. Oh, alternate the colors. I think you're exactly right, yeah. ECM, you have really good ideas. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. I can imagine that's going to look pretty nice. Because you're right, as you're scrolling, it's kind of like... Oh yeah, this is perfect. So what we're looking at, patterns today, S&P dropped. Perfect, yeah. Then the question cards follow. Should be like what we're looking at today. Oh, per chart section? Oh, so you're thinking like instead of doing the chart different color, it would be like the whole section here will be an alternate color on the back? Maybe we could try both and see which one we like better. So I want to simplify. It's like, I think instead of putting this right here, just have the bullet points. Or maybe just patterns today, then have these bullet points. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll try first with the section. I'll do that over here. So for the what history says section in that uses question we want it to alternate in color, so every other question should have a very slightly different opacity. The key is to kind of like differentiate a little bit. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it this way. It should be patterns today, colon, and then have the the checkboxes for each. Okay, I see a very slight change, but I put it here. It should go. Not really a fan of that. If it goes to here, make it go to the line. Right now, it only goes to. And make it a little bit more stark, the difference. Yeah, I agree. We'll check that for sure. To change the evaluator, I'm going to look at the prompt here. So see, it likes to do this fallback thing. So definitely no. Definitely no. I remove this. Extremely horrible job. So let's go ahead and create a doc for designing this. You do not want any fallback logic, and make the changes as scoped as you can. Okay, it did have a different color, but it should connect with this, right? Oh, and connect, see how it looks full screen? Sure, TCM. This is what it looks full screen. Scroll a little bit. All right, this Docker thing. I'm going to close Docker. It's kind of annoying me. This lag is getting to my brain. I'm going to quit it. I'll investigate it off stream why it's so laggy. Maybe we can figure out a way to reduce that. Oh my gosh, my computer is so much faster. Amazing. Okay. So we're good. 100% Docker. So if people are joining, we're working on the color scheme here, trying to figure out, you want to make this alternate color TCM's idea? I think it's right. Now the question is how exactly this should look. Hey Jacob, how's it going? Yeah, so the way it works is it's like we have this pipeline that we've set up, and it's like we generate a lot of scripts, and we do it based on what happened the current day. The scripts are generated, and they're validated that they don't have errors. They're validated that they return data. And the way this works is the AI chooses what functions that we've created to call. So it's like we created the functions. So the AI is sort of a router to the code that runs on the real data. So the way you can think about this is like the AI is not really generating all the code. It's generating what our code to use. And then we run the simulations on real data and we return the charts. The AI generates the questions to ask based on the data, and the AI generates what functions to call that we've created for it to call. And that's how we do it. So hopefully that helps. Maybe plan. Yeah. It's kind of a fun thing. It's not like it's not like this is a sprint. For me, this is a marathon, so I wouldn't not really, if you notice, I'm not like sweating. Like, go, 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 go. I'm sort of just like working on my stuff and having a good time. So, yeah. So we're going to close the gap here. So this, I feel like if we close the gap, so this line here, it might look pretty okay, but still the color I'm not really so sure about. Maybe show a screenshot. This is kind of weird. Like it's not connected to the line. Is there any way we can, well, number one, I'm not really sure about the color. Number two, it's not connected to the line. Do you have any ideas? I mean, another idea is maybe we could also make the chart alternating colors. Which do you think would be the best visually as you're scrolling? Like the background of the chart? Change the song again. Yeah. Should be really motivated. And AGI will just happen. Talk enough with the AI. It'll learn. So I'll show you guys. You can ask any question here. For the new people that are here, you can ask your own questions. You can go in the conversation. You click this button, auto attach the data. It'll attach recent data. Right now we have mobile app data, company data, market data. And so if you click this, then it will automatically do that for you, but you can do it yourself if you want to. I usually just do this because it's easier. And then I'll show you some questions you can ask. You can ask like all sorts of different types of things. Maybe we'll try a new one. So, I mean, we'll just take this kind of idea and we'll say, what are Apple's returns when the Chinese ETF drops 5%, drops 10%? Have it alternate colors on even or odd numbers. I agree, Jacob. We are doing that right now, but it just looks a little weird. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. Like, so when Chinese ETF drops 10%, there's only 6 points though. There's only 6 data points, so it's not very interesting. So apparently the Chinese ETF only dropped 10% 6 times. Seems a little bit. Is that right? I'm gonna look it up. Maybe that's for the last like 20 years or something. I think one thing we should do is like not only have the historical occurrences, but we should also say how many years of data so that the user knows. Right now they just like, okay, 6 times, but how long? I'm looking at the script here. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, we'll do that later, but I think I'll put that in the to-dos. Hey, Mr. Organic, how's it going? So the user knows. Are the functions that your agents choose from serverless functions on AWS or Azure? So the way it currently works is we have some cloud functions running for collecting the data. But as far as the AI itself, we're just calling Gemini. So we're just calling the Gemini models. And so we're not doing much else besides that. We collect the data with the cloud functions, we deploy our service there too, and that's pretty much it. And we deploy a front end on Vercel for now. Okay, it appears to have removed the colors. So the colors are now gone. Why do you think? I'm trying to figure out how we can direct it. We might have to do this one ourselves. The colors is too hard of a task. Good man. Taking just a day. Relax. How's the project coming? It's good. It's going well. Yeah, we're making progress every day. Adding new things. I think I'm setting sort of a deadline the next few days, maybe 2 days, 3 days, then we really start working on the marketing. But I just want to get to a point that the thing is pretty good. Like I think right now we're fixing stuff every day, so it's not quite there, but maybe in 2 or 3 days. Yeah, I'm gonna discard this change. I just don't think it's doing what we want. Okay. So on this side, it did this new, we're adding a new section where it's like explaining to the user, why are we asking these questions? These questions are specific for every day. So based on what happened today, we saw that there was low volume. So we'll show you, hey, this So we want to communicate them to that under here. And so we're adding a section for the evaluator. It's going to tell us a little summary for why these were chosen in this format, like some bullet points. And we're going to show it here. Hopefully it looks good. For this, do we need to reload the today's brief? Yeah, thank you. Low and steady. We're getting there. Patterns today field. Okay, so we do need to regenerate this. It usually takes a little bit. I think I'm going to ask it, can you go ahead and create some tests and run it for this? Or add it to the existing tests. Make sure it's in the format that we expect. I think I'm going to go ahead and clear this and try again. Can you, I think one thing that's going to help here, the reason why we're having so many problems with the generations with this app TSX is because the file's really long. And I'm suspecting that's the case because it's failing at really simple things. So when that starts happening, then I'm like, okay, the file, we're just sending a huge file and it gets confused. So we're going to do a little reformatting, which is not very fun, but we'll do that for a little bit. Can you go ahead and look at app TSX? Let's create a plan to refactor. We're going to just give me the plan first. When I do these, I usually just do 200, 400 lines at a time and just factor things out, some components, some hooks and things. And then once we get to probably 700, 800 lines, then we'll start to try again. And that usually works. Like, you'd be surprised how often that works. It's like, so we're doing that because I couldn't even change the color from here to here. So it tells me, hey, it's maybe getting a little confused. There's too much stuff going on. Yeah, give me a plan, but you're going to order it by the things that will reduce the most lines and make the most sense as well. So give me a list of like hooks and components we can take out. Oh, thanks, Krishna. Yeah, that one, I should put some real models in there because I put in just a bunch of like AI generated models, but you can do kind of cool things with like an actual, like if you see on the homepage, there's that like, I'll show you guys here. There's this model here. Like this is a legit, like if you bring in something from, you know, Sketchfab or something, and there you have a bunch of different meshes, you can animate using the tool. But when we made the editor, we just loaded in some AI models, and these are only one mesh. So if you choose the whole model, you can only just like move it around, move one thing, which isn't like super interesting. But the specific parts is fun. You can just select like a region and add like some effects and use it like a game or something. It's kind of weird. There's a bug where it just kind of grows. So should probably fix that. Doesn't always happen, so I don't really understand what that's about. Yeah, anyways. Anyone is wondering what he's talking about. You know of any good free agents? Yeah, Desox. I would use anti-gravity. It's basically free, but you get rate limited after a while, but it's pretty generous. So it's Google's anti-gravity. It's a good thing to install and try out. They should sponsor me, man, for how much I'm pushing their IDE. Get some sponsors. It's grow enough. I'm just kidding. But it is good. You get some free credits. Give me the plan. Okay, so this is our refactor plan. We're going to start with the one that has the most. So use portfolio data sounds fine. That's for all of our AI portfolio analysis that we have here. All right, let's start with this one. So we created some tests. However, when I ran the tests, I ran the today's brief again. It didn't come up, so something's wrong. Can you make some integration tests? Because when I actually tested it, nothing came up under the what history says. There could be something wrong with maybe the front end hookup or something if the test worked. I'll play some different music. I get tired of this. A Dog Dixon, work on an investor tool, sends you newsletters. You can do research, tracks your portfolio. Trying to make it like a cool place to get information and tailored to you and what you care about. Oh, nice, it worked. Look, patterns today. Oh, this is perfect, actually. I guess it's still coding, so I'll wait until it finishes there. So it's probably going to, so it's created tests for this, so it's probably going to catch this error in the test when it runs it. So I'm just going to let it do it. About to remove the divider line and gaps, and then ask to put a new background per one chart section with light shade and add top and bottom gaps. Thanks, TCM. Let's definitely try it out. All your suggestions so far have been really good, so I'm honestly willing to try anything that you say. Some noises. Let's see. Let's see. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'm back. Let's see. So what are we doing? All right, we're doing this little refactor over here. Extracted out this hook. So all the tests passed, so that was good. Right, so now we have these patterns too, which looks pretty good. Well, could look better, I think. I'll take into account TCM's suggestions. Move the divider line. Yeah, that makes sense. Move divider line and gaps, then ask to put a new background, yeah. Hook plus tests plus evaluator. Change. So I'm gonna do that over here. Let's move the divider lines. Gaps between the charts, yeah. The question cards. Change the background to be alternating per chart. Even odd chart. Every odd chart. Opacity change or color change. I leave it. It's your discretion. But that said, I'm going to clear the context. Slowness. Cool. As far as this goes, looks a little weird. History says patterns today. Honestly, we probably don't even need the patterns today. Just remove that. Yeah, it just looks like this, right? Well, history says this. Move the gap here a little bit. Yeah, I don't really like how this looks. We want alternate colors, but not really sure how to achieve this. I mean, maybe the alternate colors thing, it just doesn't... Can you explain to me, how come, like, what's the psychology behind why the alternating colors things generally looks better? For some reason, ours doesn't. When we alternate the colors on the chart, I'm trying to figure out why. There's a lot of things like that where it's like, you know that it looks better, like, but you just don't know why, at least for me. And it is kind of interesting. I wonder if that's like taught or is it just like So when zebra striping works, tables with uniform rows, simple lists, items that are similar in height, creates predictable rhythm, dense data, and items lack other visual boundaries. Your cards have different content lengths, some have longer explanations, competing with content. Cards versus rows. Cards are self-contained units. Zebra striping is for rows in a table, not stack of distinct items. Actually, I think there's something to be said about the fact that these are different lengths, that the alternate colors don't really work. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove the, let's go ahead and remove the, let's go ahead and remove the, this alternate coloring. We're just going to look without it. Also, there's some gap between what history says and the evaluator summary. So go ahead and try to, the chart should be a bit closer. There's too much gap. Yeah, okay, the pendulum thing is weird. I'm starting to realize as I look at it more. So we're going to change it. Maybe we can use the same animation for something else. Probably not though. It doesn't really make sense unless it's a pendulum. Sometimes this happens and I have to restart. Happens every once in a while. Oh, we actually got an error. I think that's related to, we did a refactor. Let's just see if it can fix that. Please go ahead and fix. Don't need alternate color, just shade is enough. What? Tell me what you, I mean, we did the opacity. Maybe try a different color shade, like you're saying, like a different color completely. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till this, so we just fix this problem. Then we'll continue. But I do run into this problem sometimes, just like using it. That would be cool if we could just fix it. But I think it's a dev problem. I discard it because it didn't work, so. And then I restart server. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Wait a second. I actually like it better without... Okay, let's try alternating chart color. Can we go ahead and try alternating chart color? So slightly different color or the background of each chart based on which order it's coming in. Create a plan for this first on how we'd implement it. Our goal is to keep this as scoped as possible. Create a document. I'm asking because it's a little tricky. Which AI do you use? I use Opus 4.5. How's it going, Sam? So you already have a color, which is slate. We just had a white overlay, some opacity. Okay, sure, let's try it. We'll try that too. For the shot. So for the question cards, can we go ahead and add a alternating color? So it's going to be a white overlay with some opacity over every odd chart in our What History Says section. So we created this little plan. We'll look at this while this one's running. So I made a new space. Oh no, it's not the chart container though. It's not the chart container though. You have to set it to the actual like interactive chart, no? Like you have to actually, don't you have to modify it in the interactive chart rendering? Okay, this is the white overlay. What do you guys think? Okay, it might look good actually. Yeah, I kind of like it. Canceling this other one. What do you think, TCM? I think maybe something about it. I'm not really so sure about it. Make it full width, sure. I think it's better, but I'm not totally sold about it. The alternative is we take this out and we make it an alternating colored chart. Or just nothing. Also, this should be ordered 1 week, 1 month. To build like a mobile app, we found that the AI models are not super good at native development yet. So maybe try Expo. So look up Expo, like maybe. If you're a beginner though, I would start maybe a little bit simpler, like simpler projects to learn. I wouldn't start with Uber. It's going to be hard to hard to do. I mean, you could, I guess, but it might be a little frustrating because there's a lot of concepts there, you know, that I mean, you could make the front end of Uber maybe, and do maybe some stuff. I mean, you could just do a hard project if like you really want to, you know. But just know that it'll be kind of frustrating, and you'll probably run into some issues. Kind of jumping into the ocean. I'm gonna keep this for now. I think it looks pretty decent. Yeah, I guess I didn't answer your question. I use Opus 4.5. It's pretty good. So I would use that for mobile development, I suppose. But we didn't have much luck with mobile development using the AI models, so it's not like super great. Okay, we'll move on to the next thing, I think. So we did alternate colors for charts. I wish there was a way to just... Let me make sure all this stuff is in the preferences. Cool. We do have to order this, so this should be up here. Can you move the market sentiment should be below the market headlines in the preferences. That's a simple change. All right, TCM, I'm going to try your idea real quick. You had another good idea. You gave me one prompt that I think might be pretty good. I'm just going to straight up take it. Just the general ideas, I guess. Like, we'll run a little experiment. The general idea is to make this very easy to read. Oh, whoops! This is supposed to be below. It should be below the inline chat, though. You put it above. Oh, sure, Bravo. Yeah, thanks for your ideas, man. I think you have really good design taste or something. Are you a designer? I feel like you kind of have a good... So I made a plan. We can go ahead and read it. Yeah, I'll read it real quick. Why not? Let text hierarchy do the work. Black text, gray accents. In your plan, make sure to accommodate dark mode. So you need to, you need to make a plan for dark mode and light mode, I suppose. I didn't move it. So in the preferences, the user preferences, move market sentiments to be below the market headlines. Mm-hmm. What? Why would you remove that? Well, that's really not good. Delete all that. Okay, worth a shot. Did I save it? Right. Oh, you've been designing for the past 12 years? Oh, shoot. That's why you're so good at this. What do you think of our site, Bravo? Do you think it's reasonably good? Or would you you can be totally honest, yeah. You're gonna hurt my feelings. I already know I'm not very good at designing, so I try my best. AI is a big help for me to be able to make things that look good. Or at least good in my eyes. I already drank this. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks, man. So I guess we did this. It doesn't quite work fully yet, though. Seems like we'll finish this because some charts are still returning images. So instead of interactive charts, looks like it's still editing. Right now, there's quite a few charts still returning images. Can you, so you made integration tests, right? How many did you make? Because there's quite a few that don't return. It's likely, you know, we just, it went to the fallback because it didn't have the data somehow. But the main thing about the ones that are failing, they're in the past. So they're like a week ago. What do you think is the issue? Again, tell me how many integration tests. Hey, Anarchy, welcome back. It's going pretty well. I'll show you our progress once the restyling finishes. Looks like it finished. Let's see here. If it loads or does the same thing. There we go. Sort of looks the same to me. I mean, did it do anything? Maybe change the text or something? Maybe there's a bit, I think it maybe changed the font, right? But I don't really, typography consistency. Bravo, can you see any differences? I think I maybe see something. I think they maybe made the font consistent or something. But actually, let me make it full screen so you can see it. Yeah, yeah. It's the font, right? That's what changed, I think. Yeah, subtle things for sure. I think it does look better now. I don't know if it's placebo or what, but it kind of seems like it does. This is not lined up, I guess. For some reason, the AI Portfolio Insights doesn't always load, so I would fix that. I guess there is something a little weird about this. I think the header should be like way over here when you come into this page or something. Oh, I guess this doesn't really make sense, right? Like when you read this, you don't really know what this is talking about. Hmm. So right now we just have these bullet points, but the issue is it's not really clear to the user what that means. Should we, can we make like adding another header there kind of looks bad. We did it before and it sort of like feels a little out of place. Maybe we rename so it's not like what history says. It's like explains more. Yeah, give me some ideas for how we should design that. Design is hard, man. Like, it's the thing about designing. It's like you know something's wrong, but it's like I don't have the patterns to like know what to apply to fix it, if that makes sense. Today, brief heading font is better now. Also, I've been designing. Yeah, that's cool. 12 years. Yeah, that's a long time. So, respect. Yeah, I think I agree with you today. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Fuse option. Pros intro, the cleanest. Yeah, maybe we should just be pretty explicit. But the downside is that's kind of wordy. Frame it as cause effect. Today's setup. You could say today's setup, S&P dropped, and historical context. History on today's conditions. Oh, that could work. You rename this history on today's conditions. We have an inflation calculator, speeds, but doesn't earn that much. Move to chart cards. What's the size of the monitor you are viewing now? I actually don't know. Let me look it up. I have no idea. It's an Asus. Yeah, I don't know. I just be guessing. I have to look behind the monitor and get the model and stuff. Yeah, I'm leaning toward naming this history on today's conditions. And then it's like a checkbox. Still not that clear though. Yeah, maybe we just go option 1. But keep it simple, you know. So I'm attaching the doc about our previous implementation because it needs to go into the evaluator and change the prompt. So that is... I'll go find it. Option 1, yeah. I think you're right, Anarchy. I'm getting the document name. I forgot it. So need a better way to organize these. Might be in design. Oh, is it patterns today? Yeah, I think it's patterns today. Yeah, here it is. Okay, cool. I'm gonna attach this. Should remove the disclaimer from the top. I'm gonna add lots of disclaimers because so we have like a ton of them right now. Because just out of I'm still working on it. So if I deploy anything, I just don't want just an extra thing that'll be there. But maybe one day we'll reevaluate and say, hey, we don't need this here. But try to. But I guess Bravo, you're talking about from a design perspective, it's a little bit weird. You might be right, actually. Maybe we can put it somewhere else. Like, what if we just have the pros there, but we don't have the description there? Yeah, sure, Bravo. This is the whole page. This is what it looks like. I'm curious on your thoughts, Bravo, about on this page. I feel like I can tell something's not quite right with the header being here and this being over here. This page, it looks fine, however. But there's something about, it feels like this is scrunched. And then you have like, when it's a smaller screen, it looks fine though. I think it's something about, not really sure. Again, I'm not really sure. Like some of these things, like, I just have to ask the AI and it helps me understand why I think it looks weird. Yeah. Like on this view though, I think it looks okay. When the screen is smaller, I'm gonna change this a little bit. Too intense for me right now. We remove the formatting, I guess. Hmm. The bottom section is expanded while the top bar has a centered max width layout. Let me see this. Oh, I see what you're saying, Bravo. On Safari, I don't know how to do this. On Chrome, there's an option, so I can look it up, I guess. How to change device on Safari DevTools. So responsive design mode, Control Command R. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. This is iPhone. Oh, iPad. So it looks like the web version, I guess. But I don't know how that would feel on an iPad. That looks pretty legit. Oh yeah, so on our iPhone we have a different kind of calendar. I also like how the site looks better on the mobile. However, I noticed that we have a navigation problem on mobile. Should be able to open up the bar to navigate to the other pages. What's this? Apple Vision Pro. What does it look like there? One user, maybe? Can't even... Okay. Checking Chrome, have more devices. Oh yeah, let's do it. Maybe move the Prism Research logo to the left aligned. User count right aligned. Keep section tabs centralized. That's one, maybe. So you're thinking that this is all centered in the middle? For some reason, I think that might be a little weird. Don't really know why. Nav bar isn't space based on the percentage of the window. It's static. Is that true? Oh, wait. Hold on. I think that actually might be it. Oh, yeah. I probably shouldn't do that, right? As I make it bigger, it should stay in the same place, kind of. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's try that. Hey, thanks, Erdlab. Hey, the Sadster. Can we make the, so the Prism Research, it doesn't appear to be width-based right now. As I expand the window, the size, it's sort of staying in the same place, but I think design-wise, we're going to try that it scales based on the width. So as you're dragging it, it should stay the same percent width. Hopefully that makes sense. So there's probably terminology here that I don't know. Oh, and I need to specify the header. We make the Prism Research header, including the navigation and the profile. Okay. I'm not going to commit this quite yet. I think I beat it. I beat it by like a millisecond. I beat it by the commit. Smoked. Yeah, I think I did. Okay, let's try it this time. Oh, nice. Wait. Oh my gosh, yeah. Thank you. That definitely looks better. Thank you, Dead House. Now that you say it, it's like so obvious, like that was the issue. Hard to. Well, now I know. Headers should probably scale with the width. You're new in Flutter. It's a small course, start a mini app. I feel like use AI to learn. It's a good strategy. Learn more things. I feel like with programming, always building projects was the way to kind of learn a lot of stuff. So AI helps you build more projects. It's not like you're going to learn less. I mean, you might learn less in some areas, maybe, but you might learn more in others, like system design and higher level design. So as long as you're working, you're probably learning. You're building some stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, thank you for sure. This page looks way better with the header aligned. All right, so we want to make sure that there is this kind of prose that comes under here that explains what the following charts are going to be. So I'm going to regenerate today's brief. This was the part that we didn't commit yet. So once it regenerates, then we'll know if it worked. It did generate some tests, and I think it ran it. Let me double check. But did you run the tests for the evaluator from the changes you made about the prose that you added, or changed rather? Let's fix a few things with the chat. I've been kind of like not doing that for a while. So the chat should also be an interactive chart, just like the today's brief. It doesn't need to be this image. Like if you look on today's brief, it's like that was a suggestion of Bravo. Bravo has been helping us a lot with design stuff today, which is pretty cool. But let's go ahead and make this in the chat too, because there's no reason to keep it an image. So I'm going to clear this window over here. I'm going to read this, make sure I'm not clearing anything important. So, but how many integration tests did you make for the interactive charts? Oh, it says none, right? If you haven't, let's go ahead and create a bunch and then put them in. We're going to put them in our tests doc, which has all our tests. Otherwise, I forget all the tests we made. Hey, Mohammed, I'm using Cloud Code. There's sharing function, keep image only. Well, wouldn't it make sense to, like, we have a share button and then they can share the image? Oh. This is a totally new chart. What is this? I've not seen this one. Huh. Interesting. Anyways, so I created this prose here. Today, the S&P experienced, it's a bit wordy. And it wasn't quite what we're trying to accomplish with this paragraph here. It's supposed to kind of explain really quickly what happens and then say, these are the charts that we're generating to analyze that particular, these particular things that happened. So basically the second sentence would be that. Also, I don't really like the style, in my opinion, I kind of liked what it did before with the bullet points. Like that font and stuff. I'm gonna change the song. So right now it's adding the tests. I'm gonna actually cancel it because I want to change this. So this design update was the question card here. So what I am doing recently is I just say, I put in the commit hash here, and then I will know what it did. So you change the styles of the question card for specifically for the prose section where you're adding this like new text above below what history says, and I want it to be the same color as the bullet points that you had previously and size, and it should be like the same size. Before we continue, do you know what I'm saying? So clarify what I'm telling you. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna let it run this. So it's making a bunch of integration tests because some of our interactive charts don't load. Yes. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yes, please do that. And number 2, we're going to need to make a change to the evaluator prompts. Take a look at what it generated. Please, before you continue, tell me what is wrong with this, and refer to the design doc that we made for this. What should it be saying? So clarify with that with me first. I'm kind of like making sure it understands what we're doing. Hey, sup, Sir Hanan. Listen, something like this in 2 months, not leaving the house. Nice. Cool, yeah. That's good. Put character limit. Character limit on... Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, tell it to limit how many... I agree. That's a good idea. Let's add that to our little doc here. Or maybe we'll just tell it. Exactly. Here's the design doc example. Exactly. So go ahead and update the design doc with these findings. And number 2, let's add an explicit character limit. Like, we'll forward that to the LLM prompt too. If you didn't already, let's go ahead and add this example to the LLM prompts. Maybe that will help. Oh, but make all these changes in the design doc for now. Don't implement yet. We're going to clarify before it continues because just to make sure it's doing what we want. Let's create a bunch of integration tests. Can you go ahead and run them? So it's actually connecting to my Firestore, I suppose. I'm gonna put that over here, just in case. Sometimes it does some wacky things. We put in our environment variables not to read files like this, but just out of caution. So I'm going to read what it created here, the design doc. Once more, should be in our front end docs. So that's our old one. This is actually not here. Where's the file? It's in docs design in the back end. It's not really the best place for it. That's okay. Can't you add rules to make a plan every time? Yeah. So I think you're onto something there, Bravo, for sure. We do have our list of prompts, but we're missing a few, I think. I made a video this morning. We're gonna maybe update that video because I think we should start adding a few more things. A long time ago, I made this document. We call it like implementation plan. We can start doing that again. It was just, it's simple though. It's just like a doc, like, hey, here are the changes to make. I mean, here's the files to change. Here's this, that. But we can maybe achieve this with system prompts these days. So always for longer changes. For changes that span more than 5 files, show me a plan first before implementing. It's just an extra thing. Let me change the song again. Okay, so I created some tests. Yeah, seems fine to me. So it's going to update the prompt a bit. Let's do it. I'm looking at what else we'll try to get done today too. Get this done. Custom alerts would be fun. Bravo, if you're still here, as far as the calendar goes, I think we probably both agree this is a little weird, right? I feel like it's kind of out of place a little bit. Maybe it should be at the bottom. Maybe it should just be, on mobile we have this, right? Maybe it should just be this. I think partly it's like a little bit too much stuff. And then you can like click here and you can go to the day. Or we put it at the bottom. I think not really. It's on one of these. Okay, so here's our little text to experience. Yeah, this is pretty good. Pretty good summary. I think you could move the disclaimer. So the disclaimer is right below, right? So this goes what history says, it goes this, and then it has the disclaimer right underneath, and then it's the charts. Yeah, that's a little, I think that's a little better. Okay, I see what it did. So it converted our arranged band chart, which is this is what it was before, and it converted it to this kind of chart for our interactive chart, which is it's possible maybe it couldn't achieve that with recharts. I suggest to move the disclaimer right below. I see what you're saying, Bravo. So you're saying move the disclaimer to maybe right below each chart, like a small little thing. Yeah, you're probably right. Just put it in like a little part of the chart, maybe, or put it like right below. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. 100%. Oh, yeah, that looks better for sure. Maybe the text. I think for now we'll remove it. It's not even deployed to public. I mean, like we have it down at the moment, so we'll, figure out where. I'll just put it in my notes. Maybe it's just part of every chart in like small text or something. Let me see what this looks like in light mode now. We changed a lot of styles, so. Oh yeah, looks pretty good. I actually like this a lot better in light mode, how this looks, this pendulum. Yeah, neat. Cool. Yeah, see you later, Bravo. Thanks for joining. It's pretty fun. Actually, we'll be right back too. I'm gonna go grab a coffee, another coffee, so I had to leave a few times, but see you guys in a second. Wrong screen.
take your place so you can live the life you dream, the life that's truly yours. That's why I draw. That's why the outline's soft and light. From here on out you'll keep filling in the lines. I hum your song, hoping to honor you, but the notes are soft and shy. You shine in a way no one else can. The world will see you glow. And when you found your melody, I'll be right here to sing along. That's why my tune is soft and shy. But find your song and keep it ringing bright. That's why my tune is soft and shy. But find your song and keep it ringing bright. God made light and he made night. He made the heaven in the sky. But he made you for me, and he made me for you. And I know it's true when you hold me. In the dark, in the light, heavenly bodies collide. He made you for me, and he made me for you. And I know it's true when you hold me. He made you for me, and he made me for you. And I know it's true.
I was muted. I was saying sorry for inflicting that song on you guys. It should probably be dark and light mode. So the economic calendar should be a darker color and light mode so it stands out a bit. Oh, and the evaluator. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I like the dark though. All right, I think I'm going to do one thing. The next thing I'm going to work on here. Let me cross out a few things that we finished. It's we're going to look up okay, first what I'm going to do, I need to understand a little bit more about, because honestly it's a little surprising to me that this mobile app data is still working with all the changes that we made when we ask them the questions. So I'm going to first figure out why it's working. And then we're going to look it up so that way we can add charts to the app data. We can't make meaningful charts yet because we only have a few data points for the last few days that we've been collecting it. But we want to hook it up to the way the rest of our market and company questions work. So that way we can start making charts at some point. So I'm going to create an architecture doc. I'm going to test this change real quick though. That just made. Nice. So I made this darker. As you can see, it stands out a bit more, which makes sense. Make sure it looks okay in the dark mode. Okay, it does. Oh, we fixed this, so we can cross this out. Custom alerts is an interesting thing. You could even have custom alerts on the mobile app data. I haven't tested an email for a while. I think I'm going to do that. Can we add the test email button at the admin tools at the bottom of today's brief? Can you make it so you can put in an email? So that way I don't, because I don't want to send all the emails out. I just want to send it to just my admin, or just to one of my emails. So when I click the button, I should be able to just input which email I'm sending it to. This is a fintech SaaS. Yes. Are you training an actual model, or are you just fetching APIs? What we're doing is like we're getting real-time data. I mean, not real-time. We're getting mostly up-to-date data, right? Real-time would be like really expensive. And we're supplying it to answer cool questions. And we're generating scripts on historical data based on the user's portfolio. This is what I'm working on. It's called Prism Data Feed. It's going to send you a brief every morning, and it's highly customizable. You can like change what you want to get as in your email, and it has a bunch of data for today. And you can, if you have any questions, you can ask AI. You can generate your own charts. So you can ask your own questions and we'll generate the charts for you. You can ask all types of questions on the companies here. Or you can do like more macro kind of stuff. So this would be considered more macro. I guess that's a bug. Don't know what happened there. Sun. We should have maybe a little more detailed message there so the user knows what's happening. Looks like we got an error. Let me check what happened. Oh, I think it's because we're making code changes. So if you're making code changes, it resets the generation. So when we were running that, when it changed the code, it hot reloaded the code, and then the request was stopped midway through. So we're gonna wait till it's finished, and then I'll show you what that looks like. You can also get your portfolio, track your portfolio here. Looks like this. And you can go and like look at positions, zoom in, get good statistics, make sure it's different. Yeah, so we did a lot of market research in the beginning, sort of like one of the problems. I mean, it solves 3 problems is the idea. Number 1, a lot of the newsletters that you get are not very customizable. So our idea is we're going to send you cool data. There's a lot of demand for this kind of data because you see it on Twitter. People like it. A lot of views on these kinds of charts, and we generate them every day. Based on today, you can get things related to your portfolio. So that's number 1. And then number 2 is that portfolio tracking. We're going to hook it up so it tells you important statistics that a lot of brokerages don't really supply you. But the bigger thing is if you have a lot of brokerages, you don't know the statistics for all of your portfolio together. It's a way to track the important things you need to know on whether you're doing well, like how much are you outperforming. And then the third thing is this research tool, which will allow you to generate all sorts of charts. And we're going to add a lot of data. So not only mobile app data, which is we've started collecting, but we're going to add tons of stuff that we can get. We're going to build our own data set is our idea. And so people will come here so that way they can build cool analysis on things they want to know. And we're going to display important information based on their portfolio, and that's going to be what we sell. So this is the AI portfolio analysis. How many engineers do you have on your team? This is just me. So, I mean, not really, right? So, the things that I've said, all of it in the package doesn't really, I couldn't find anyway. But at the end of the day, I'm building this for myself because I couldn't find it. And for me, it's useful. So if it's useful for me, then hopefully some other people will find it useful. The main problem is like finding news that is a very nice, personalized, condensed email/newsletter. Using data privacy. Yeah. So right now it's not fully deployed. So we're not collecting anything yet. As far as the actual like holdings and things like this is still being considered before we deploy, right? Like whatever we do will be in the privacy policy on the front page, whether or not we collect portfolio data. I think now it says it, but at the moment it's not deployed. So this is not, I would not classify this as like fully launched in the sense that the backend doesn't work. Once we figure that out though, it'll be in the privacy and terms, whatever we do as far as that. You don't have your own model. I assume you're using API calls, Run or something. Yeah, exactly. So it says the model here, Gemini 2 Flash. There's a pipeline for how we create the charts and everything. But it's not the model itself that creates the charts, because there's no API that's that I could find. Not even Perplexity generates charts, but you can't use an API. I think our charts are pretty good though. Anyways, that's my selling of this. My salesman pitch, elevator pitch. A test email. So we have our test email. I'm just going to send it to myself so I can test what it looks like these days. I haven't checked in a while. Use Streamlit framework. I'm looking at it. Watching the video. So recharts versus Streamlit. So I'm going to talk with AI about Streamlit. That's fine. We'll attach this. So let's talk about, in theory, what would we use this for based on our current pipeline? I'll attach the document. I'm just going to attach this, which is how our current app works for like our documents. Hey, Doza, how's it going? Nor. Who's Nor? Let's keep vibing. You're doing LML for this. Have you considered prompt engineering? What's your system prompt? Yeah, we have some. We've been working on the prompt to optimize a lot of the stuff that we get back. That's quite a bit of the effort is figuring out how to prompt to get the right stuff. We use for your research project. Cool. I'll check it out. Inflation calc. A vibe coded. No, it was a long time ago. I maintain it, and I native apps are not very good. It's not very good for native apps using these models. You might want to try Expo if we work on a new mobile app. Here in today's brief, Streamlit would be useful for internal tooling and debugging rather than user-facing features. If you oh, does this Streamlit have a prompt iteration tool? It's kind of interesting. Or I was looking for something like that a long time ago. Because it would have been cool to A/B test kind of an, part of the problem when you change your LLM prompts is like figuring out, did it actually improve anything? And you might break other things. So it's really hard to build an understanding of like, you just can run tests, I guess, but it'd be kind of cool to, I guess, yeah, we just run our integration tests and try to figure out if we broke something. That's how it currently works. Now your users. So the Streamlets for admin dev tooling. Best way to build internal dashboards. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe one day. Yeah, sure. You can join our Discord. Discord's in the description there. It's kind of like we're building a little community of builders. So if you want to join, feel free. Be fun. I'm gonna do a little bit of work on the Discord. Maybe think, I don't know, add some bots or something. Not really a heavy Discord user, but we'll make it reasonably good. Okay, cool. Let me continue what we were doing. What were we doing? Let me check. Let me check. I get to talking. All right, we were going to send an email to test it out. It's been a long time since I sent out a test email, so I want to make sure everything's still hooked up and working. So I'm going to do that over here. Oh, I think I changed my credentials or something. So I'll do that some other time, I guess. I'll do it maybe after the stream. So I'll work on something else here. Okay, set up mobile data. We already have that. Clear what history charts are about today. Oh yeah, we did this, so we can cross this out. That was a little prompt we added under. I don't know why it's not working. Custom alerts would be interesting based on the calendar. So that would be the calendar here. We add in some like, you care about certain data releases. We'll send it to your email. Interesting idea. I'm going to check that our cloud function runs at 1 every day. I'm going to check that it collected the data for today because this is the second day that we have it deployed. I'm going to see if it worked. Add run a little command. I'll do it over here though. cloud function. It ran today. Okay, so I'll let that run in the background. It's going to check the logs of our cloud function for us, which is kind of nice. And I'll see if there's any errors. It's pretty, the Google CLI, Google Cloud CLI is really nice to work with. Like, I'll just make sure to, check the commands. Don't run any crazy things. You should always check your deploy scripts. Okay, let's fix one bug first before we continue. I want to see if we can make this chart the right chart. So I'll show you what happens. We converted it to a more interactive chart, but this is what it should look like, is a more line chart. So I want it to be more like this. They're both like okay. But so right now the interactive chart, there's a bit of inconsistency between that and the chart that we take an image of. How could we go about fixing it? Is it possible with recharts to make this sort of chart? It exists with error bars. Well, I wanted the band style because I wanted the PNG. Can we achieve that with recharts? That's our library we're using for the charts. That's creating a new component. So I guess we'll see. It should update immediately, like that it's able to achieve it. There's another one I'm very curious to see if it worked on. Let me go back. It's here. Okay, this one didn't. It looks like the histogram didn't either. The fallback is the PNG that we make. So I'm gonna clear this one. It's lagging. There we go. So what I want to investigate is I want you to create a new document. We're going to call it mobile app current architecture, and you can put it in the backend docs. I just want you to go through and explain how this is working, because we're going to create a new folder. It's going to be called mobile apps data. Did I already say that? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Oh, great, it worked. I think the chart is a little bit off though, because when we send it, this one is more zoomed in, so we should make sure it tries to match the PNG as much as possible. I suppose ideally, we would take a screenshot of the recharts instead of using matplotlib. Because it is kind of weird, like... I'm going to ask it that after. Is there a way that we could create an image of these interactive charts versus just using matplotlib to make the charts? I think maybe this could be a new paragraph, right? Or maybe just a colon. This appears to be wrong. Oh no, that's my portfolio I got mixed up. I'm going to compare the two images. So it just knows that it should zoom in on the data, the max and min there. So make sure to zoom in on the data so the y-axis labels should make sense. Should be constrained to the min-max of the lines. I forgot the term for that. I can figure it out though. I haven't tested this in a while. Let me run this. Oh, right, we don't have earnings data, so this one won't work. We shouldn't generate questions based on that yet, because we don't have the earnings dates. So I imagine this one will just error out probably. Most likely. Yeah. Question failed validation. It's actually not a bad error. Let me check what's going on here. It's only one of these. Okay, cool. Zooming in, but doing something weird. Let's see if it fixes it. Okay, we created the new mobile architecture, or it's the old mobile architecture, so I'm going to read that, understand that first. Where is it? Is it mobile? Backend docs. Oh, forgot to go on docs. Mm-hmm. Looks like it didn't quite work here. It's because it didn't capture, it zoomed in a little too far. So you should make sure to not cut off the graph. I'll show you what you've done. This is what we're looking for here. The collection, sync. So right now, what am I trying to do? So we have two types of data where we support generating charts. We collect the data in this this pipeline I'm looking at here, and we can answer questions. So you can go in the chat, you can put in Airbnb, what are the recent reviews, and ask a bunch of questions like engagement and whether view lengths and things like this. But you cannot generate charts yet. So we're trying to figure out how we can go about not duplicating, reusing as much stuff that we already have as possible. So we have kind of redesigned how these things work. And we want to figure out the best way to design a new architecture that's going to use what we've created in the other two categories. So I'm going to ideate a bit, try to create a design. So based on this architecture, we want to start, now that we're collecting more and more data points, we're now going to start reusing some of our logic for creating these charts. And so we're going to need to update this document to use this pipeline here. I'm going to attach the pipeline we have for creating the charts. And I'm going to attach the, I am a programmer, and the reason I do this is because it's quite a lot faster. If I was to code this myself, it would take a very long time. And so yeah, that's why I do it. And I write tests with the AI. I do a lot of stuff like this. I know some people get triggered by the word, but try not to be triggered. It's a tool. It still helps to have, software knowledge and things like this. To use this pipeline here. Okay, so I'm attaching our docs. This has our architecture for how it currently works, so that way it understands. And I use this as kind of like rubber ducking, right? Yeah, I have a CS major. I'm talking with the AI, gonna ideate the next architecture doc, and then we're gonna go ahead and implement it once we develop a plan. Let's go ahead and look at the today's brief again. It appears to have made a mistake. Let's go ahead and read what it did. It's going to be in this file here. I'm going to send another image. I'm going to ask it to create a bunch of tests. But I don't want this as part of it. I'm going to do that. So now the y-axis is pretty messed up. What I want you to do is create a bunch of tests for this file that you've created. Testing this specific scenario, that the chart is not too zoomed in, not too zoomed out, and the y-axis is reasonable. So start with just creating a bunch of unit tests. Well, let's do integration tests. This is more of a UI thing. I'm to building a fitness app with Cloud Code since the last 4 months. I'll release soon. Oh, that sounds cool, Luke. Luke. Your name's Luke. Whisperflow, they're great. The goat, yeah. Whisperflow is pretty good. I'll show you. Look how fast it is comparison. Like 70% faster. Yeah, and I can type. It's just a little inaccurate sometimes. Sort of the downside there. Let's see, new section, .v2. So let's go ahead and read this doc. So it saved it as what? Mobile app cur. So I'm going to go ahead and ask it. So what I'd like you to do is revert those changes, and we're going to create a new document and put both of these files in a folder. It's going to be called mobile architecture, mobile app architecture, mobile app data architecture, pipeline. It is a separate pipeline. There's the collection, and then there's the, I guess I never write it correctly when I say GitHub. Oh yeah, it also messes up when I say a lot of things too. I just scan it real quick, but sometimes I just send it and like whatever. Doesn't matter. Especially if it's like just something I can discard. I usually just assume I'm going to discard everything unless we get something good. As far as like UI stuff and things like this. Tests I'm usually okay with. If everything's working. I can commit this. This is just changing it so it sends to our new email address, or it sends the admin panel. You can select an email address. I'm probably going to end up discarding the changes since it seems to be working backwards on this particular graph. Before it was working pretty well. Just need to be zoomed in. It is what it is. I turned on the auto attach. See if it works. Hmm. A little suspicious. There's only one data point. That can't be right, I think. So I'm gonna reload, get this script, try to figure out what happened there. Seems like the chat is maybe using the wrong data set because I notice, I wonder if it's using our test data set. So I'm gonna debug here on this, I'll do it in this one here. So I attached the script. I'm gonna attach the, what has happened. This particular scenario seems pretty strange to me. One historical occurrence. Are we using the right data set for the chat? The script looks at a glance okay, but take a look at that and double check which data sets we're using for the chat. I attached the markets. Oh, no, this is auto attach. Never mind. I put on auto attach for this question. Based on all of these things, what do you think the problem is? Let's just talk about it. How do you check on vulnerabilities? Do you let the AI handle that as well? No. In some sense, you can do some tests like, hey, try to find something, and then you validate, right? So in no way do I recommend deploying things to the public without knowing anything. With that said, though, you know, I do think, like, you can learn from the AI, certainly. You can ask questions, hey, do you find the endpoints that don't have rate limits? Like, what are my most vulnerable endpoints as far as things that could cost a lot and cause a lot of problems if someone's calling it? So you use it to try to help you secure your stuff, for sure. But if you don't know anything, you shouldn't be deploying to the public. Data says correct. The problem is the threshold. Oh, I see. It interpreted when I said this that QQQ dropped 10% in a single day, which over the past 20 years has only happened once. So let's say I try this question again, and I'm a little more specific over a week. And I'd click on auto attach. So this side's running tests. Okay, this makes a little more sense. So we have 74 occurrences of QQQ dropping a week, so the NASDAQ, and then it seems like Apple returns are negative after that for a while. Kind of makes sense. So let's try a random one. It's like two different companies. So maybe what do we have? The INTC. Yeah, just plug it in. And Intel. Now let's try choose a different chart. So I'll use a table next time. I'm kind of doing some manual tests. We do have a lot of tests, but it helps to just play around with it because sometimes we find a question that it breaks on. That looks right, I think. Yep. So I'm just gonna keep going. Use a table. Okay, so we got our new architecture doc. So I'm gonna go ahead and read. This is gonna be for our mobile app, setting up the so people can make cool charts of mobile app data from the Google Play Store. Historical sort of stuff, maybe sentiments, like you're wondering how historically has the problem of maybe Instagram crashing develops over the past 10 years, and you'll have like all these spikes and they'll be like cool graphs. It would look like this one down here, like this one, and it'd be like years, and then it'd be like, oh, here's like a huge spike. And they had like crashes. So you ask questions like that. It's kind of the goal. And it's very doable. We just have to plug it into our current chart pipeline. So let's look at the pipeline integration file. So what we do is we read this, we find the problems, we iterate with it until we get a good document. And then once we're ready, we create an implementation doc. And then once we're ready with that, we iterate with that, then we get going. So question, chart. That's a very simple version. Similar to, that's probably true. We'll have our own helper functions for the mobile data. I think that makes sense that the LLM calls. Probably our own prompts as well. So there might be a section of the pipeline that's like specific for mobile data at the beginning. But we can reuse a lot of the helpers for creating the charts later on. Use a framework, BMAD, spec. In a way, what I'm doing is kind of like BMAD because it's more like but I haven't tried the legit sending it off for each part. It's more just me kind of doing it. I read the docs, I correct I iterate to get the docs right. So in a way, in that sense, I'm the architect or whatever. So instead of and then I forward it to the AI to make the corrections. And then once we get to on the same page, then we implement. So it's kind of like a version of it, but it's more like I'm the person that I will decide whether it makes sense or not, I guess, rather than sending it off and letting some iteration happen with the agents, I guess. And how do you organize the overall repo structure? The repo structure, I usually just, it's nothing too crazy. I got my tests. Let me pull it up here. I just put all the backend in a folder. And it has all my stuff related to the backend. I put my docs for the backend here. And then I got my tests. There's nothing too crazy. And then the front end's just the same, I guess the mono repo. And that's pretty much it. I have a deploy script and everything in here too. That's basically all there's that. And as far as CI/CD, nothing too crazy. Since we're just kind of building, we're still in our building phase. It just deploys to the to Vercel and Google Cloud. Okay, so we're going to create some helper functions. So the rating trend, track ratings, that's going to be something that we would have the LLM call. The way this currently works is we have we want to simplify all the code that the LLM has to generate. So we give it like a library. We're like, hey, This is what you call for this. This is what you call for that. We made an interface and we're like, hey, this is how this works. So I think we'll have a separate area that's like, instead of forwarding, like right now it's like, let me pull up the other one because it might help to have both. The question architecture open too. We can better understand what we're going to do. So it is this one. I think it has the boxes at the bottom we can refer to. If not, we should add it because it's kind of helpful, just like a high level. I think we maybe put it in this doc. Any thoughts on the new deep research API? It's a bit expensive, but maybe a differentiator for your use case. The thing about that is like we're using just the Flash model to make all the charts. So that way, like you notice when I like generate it, it's pretty quick. If we choose anything else, and I assume that's probably the deep research, any other model, I have a feeling it's going to take, as long as the 2.5 Pro at least. And no one's got time for that. Like, watch how long this takes. We could be doing a lot of stuff while it does that. I'll just feel like. But what we did is we made it simple for it's simple enough for the AI to call the library functions. Okay, anyways, let's go to the trying to find. If I can't find it, I'm going to ask for it to find it for me because we made too many of these. We should probably once we finish, we put it in the finish so that way we know which one was the final doc. So I don't have to go through and because what I'm showing now is like we had iterations and I didn't name them very well. Okay, I don't see it. Oh well. I'll just work on this then. I think what I'm going to ask it to do over here though, you go ahead and update and I'm going to attach the other one too. Make sure to have the high level like architecture all the way through, and that includes it calling, it goes all the way through to the evaluator and the part where we're calling the schema auto attacher. So it should include the entire flow. So that way we have actually create a new doc for this. And we're going to create a new folder called finished. And we're going to put these two in there. And then a third one that's kind of like the very high level overview of it going through the whole flow. Because we're going to refer to that when we're doing the mobile apps part. There, yeah. Just looking at the questions. Hey, Vitri, how's it going? Question, making backend with the help of make the UI front end with the help of Google Studio. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Build some prototypes, have fun, learn some stuff. Sounds pretty cool. I like anti-gravity because you get a lot of free credits. And that's kind of nice. But Cloud Code, once you're ready to spend a bit, seems to be Pretty good option. That's what I have here. These are Cloud Code terminals. Complex cases, I think you need a dedicated backend. Sure. Project you're on. I'm working on it's like a financial tool. Yeah, it gives you a brief every day, and you can do research. So you can ask questions, generate charts. We're adding lots of data. So the types of data that we have right now is sort of like macro data, and like you got individual companies, but we're adding mobile apps data on like 60 apps, and you'll be able to generate charts on that. You'll be able to ask all sorts of questions because we stored a ton of stuff. So by the time we're done with this, you'll be able to ask, the simple one is like, how was review sentiment on like Instagram, for example? And you could say positive to negative, and it'll generate a chart for you there. But you could also ask like weirder ones, because you could say like, how did the review sentiment correlate with the stock price? Maybe you could ask specific issues, like make a line chart of when there were like spikes of like crashes in the app. So yeah, we collected a lot of data, is what I'm saying, and we're gonna add that. We're gonna add more. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then we're gonna post those charts in the brief for people who care about it. It's like you can, add whatever you want to your brief at the end of the day, and track whatever you want. That's kind of the idea of this tool. Kind of just come similar to that. Oh, that's cool, Vitri. Oh yeah, feel free to join the Discord, guys, too, if you want. It's kind of like we're building a little community of builders. People who want to make stuff. So if you're interested in that, let's go ahead and see what's going on here. I'll restart this. So you're trying to go deep into quant or just making your own? So this isn't, I would say this is more like a mid-level tool. Nothing too crazy. It's more a little bit of entertainment in a way. It's like, it's not like predictive, this kind of stuff. It's more like, hey, this is kind of cool. Like you look at this chart, it's like, yeah, that's fun. Or like maybe you're just interested in app data. Like you can attach this stuff, like attach Airbnb. Like, let's try asking a question. Okay, so how many reviews are talking about the cleaning fees in the last 100 days? I don't know if this will work. I haven't tried this kind of question yet, so we'll see. I'm able to provide the exact number of reviews, cleaning fees, not list cleaning fees. Gotcha. So that's maybe something we got to add, kind of like an overview of like some of the areas, or maybe what we could do is, I think that's probably the best way to do it, is like we do an overview of like storing the top complaints. However, we do want to have it so they could ask how many. So something to think about. I'm gonna add that to our notes here, this question, so we want to be able to support that by the end of today or tomorrow. So we'll copy that over for tomorrow and try to get that working. But yeah, right now we can't generate charts based on app data, so that's the first thing we're going to focus on. Is the song. Thanks, Featuring. Okay, so I made a new doc. Let's go ahead and look at we're going to reference this as we build out the mobile apps part. It's the integration with the current functionality where it provides answers to the chart. So I'm not totally sure how that's going to look yet. I have kind of like some ideas, but not in the details. So this is our high-level overview doc. So we start with the question generation. That's for today's brief. We generate like 3 or 4 Well, at the end of the day, after the evaluator, it's around 3 questions will be shown there. So this is where it finds what data to attach based on the question. And that's like which schema that the LLM is going to use to call to get the data. So use what you're building, please. Yeah, we're building it's like a financial intelligence tool for people and their portfolio. Yeah, we're gonna be going for a long time. This is a marathon, so it's not a sprint. We won't get done next week or the week after. Be at least I don't think so. Okay, so at what point? So it's kind of like with our mobile apps currently, our mobile app data. We hit this, right? But we skip all of this. We're not running any code. We're not doing any validation. We're not generating any charts. We go all the way from here to, well, actually, we do run some code because we run the queries, so it's just different. And then we go from here to the user, and we skip everything else. So that's what we have to, we kind of have to like forward based on the code. And we're going to have to make a section here that has to make it like somewhat compatible with our chart generation. So that'll be interesting. Is this your hobby project? Donate to Pro 5x2. Nice, yeah. We're gonna try to make money doing this, but I am kind of building it for myself too. So we have some premium packages. The general idea is like you sell the AI portfolio insights, and you sell important questions, and then you lock some data behind paywalls. So that's 3 key areas. And the chats as well would be credit based. We do have like 3 packages that we've come up with. It's like $20 one. We're thinking we're going to do like $100 one, but that would be if we get really good data over time. Because if you look online, there's just like to get historical Google Play Store data, for example, it's like very expensive. So maybe that could be one type of, but we'll figure that out. There's also an option of like giving people access to like 60 different apps, but like maybe the more niche ones, like maybe international ones like C Limited or the ones in like Southeast Asia and stuff, you make those behind a paywall. That's what a lot of like Ticker, they do that. So you could kind of, they can try it out and enjoy it, but if they're an advanced user, then that's when they would pay more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach this stock, this overview that we just created here. So that way it understands how the current architecture works on like a high level. So I name this file overview. So take a look at this architecture. I want you to create a very similar one. It should be very high level for the mobile app data. And please create it in the mobile app folder, the same place we've been putting the mobile app data. My project directly connects to your bank, so I'm going to use Plaid probably, right? We're probably going to use Plaid at some point, I think. We're going to our transaction info, gives you complete review. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like Copilot, money. Yeah, that's a useful thing. I use one of those. Yeah, I think that's a cool one. Definitely one that one's pretty crazy, right? In terms of like the types of data that you're collecting, you know? It's like, damn, you know everything. But, yeah. Relook at this real quick. I don't think we finished looking. This one's kind of fun. So currently we store the length of the reviews. We store the installs to review ratio. So you start to like, you can calculate like growth rates, and you can calculate like how engaged the users are. You can also try to predict whether they're organic users or not, right? Because you can say, hey, there's 1,000 installs, but like 2 reviews, and like most of the reviews, no one's saying anything. So you can try to predict whether these are truly organic or not. So you can maybe do some fun stuff like that. And you know, we're framing this as like a research tool, so we would always frame it as like, these are our opinions. This is not a fact. At least for a good portion of it. Maybe not everything. So creating this new file, let's go ahead and take a look. So it's going to be called our pipeline overview. I'm going to exit out of here. We'll come back to this doc in a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to save it. How'd you use this in cloud? Do you switch models? I'm using the Cloud Max, so it's really good. I don't really need to switch too much, but we did earlier, like the first 6 days, we'd switch between anti-gravity and cloud. I think you'd save a little bit that way. I recommend, you know, if you're willing to splurge, the $100 one's pretty good. I know it's pretty spendy, but it can get you like 6-7 hours a day. And they basically have a 5-hour window. So if you go really crazy, you could hit that 5-hour window, but depends how you're using this. If you're using 1 or 2 terminals at a time, very unlikely, I think, unless you're attaching a lot of data, a lot of huge files, that you would hit that. Tell me more about yourself. So I was a software engineer for a little over 4 years, and I'm working on projects that I enjoy. And I'm using AI to speed up the process. So I do this by designing at a high level and let it handling most of the implementation, which is what a lot of companies are doing these days, like engineers are doing. Like it's that final step that sped up. You still do the high level designs, system designs, and then the implementation designs, and you iterate with it. And then once you just figure out what you're going to do, then you say, yes, we're going to start using AI and create the tests and everything else. So 6-7 hours is a lot for $100. Yeah, for sure. $100 a month, 6-7 hours every day. I think it's not unreasonable. However, you know, yeah, depends on the person, right? Whether that makes sense for them. Okay, so let's read this. A lot of people engaging. It is fun. Question generation. So this is the same for both pipelines. They both start with this. The today's brief generates the questions, so that's the same. Go into data loading. So this is where we load our current data that we've collected on the apps. So this is the same also as our other pipeline. Generate the code to query the data, but it is written a little bit differently because these are queries generated just to answer a user question, not to be formatted in the way a chart expects. So it just comes back with text. So then we have our executor, which is also the same for both. We have some, I suppose we do have some validations. Interesting. I actually didn't know that. So we're checking if the apps exists, metrics present. Okay, cool. Chart mapper. I'm gonna ask you to double check this because that's interesting if it actually tried to do that. So I see in this this architecture doc, you have the chart generation also there. Did you already implement? If this is the case, please point me to the files that this that you've made this. So I attached the architecture again. I used to study development in high school. Cool. Yeah. I've not implemented any chart generation document. Oh, it supplied a proposed architecture. What we want to do is, so you're going to create this file, and it's going to be called current architecture. So create this new file. This should be what it currently is, because we're just building an understanding of what we need to do. Use for university student, love full stack, cool. We're in stack. Nice. Yeah, we found that the AI is not super good at like mobile development, native mobile development yet. As far as making UIs and things, we tried with Swift, and I tried earlier with Android. It's making it's a little bit wacky, some of the stuff it made. But maybe worth trying with like Expo or something. Maybe try one of these days. Or React Native, maybe. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we can reuse all of our charts. Okay, I'm gonna create a file of like what can we reuse for this once we go through this next doc. Out of what we currently have, we want to know what we don't have to duplicate. So this document describes what currently exists. No charts are generated. That's what we thought. So the user just starts like this from the chat. They just say, this is an app, CBank. Then it's like, just a scan point, nothing interesting there. Loads the data, formats, calls flash, structured text answer. Data from, then it does the query, I imagine. Interesting. So we definitely want to change this because it should be running a query on the data, not just taking in the data, because it's going to get very, very large very quickly. We're running this like cloud function every day. We're building our own historical data set. We might try to backfill it, but for now it's very small. And we definitely don't want to just pass all the data to the LLM. That is not super great. So I'm going to start with that. So I noticed in this doc, it seems to be saying that we're not generating a query with the LLM. We're just passing in the data. I think you're going to create a new doc, and it's going to be our proposed architecture iteration. and you're going to make that one change that we're providing the schema for the LLM to know how to call it. It's going to generate the query, and then from there it's going to get the data it needs based on the user question. So this is change number 1 to the doc. Go ahead and label this doc iteration 1. The reason I'm doing that this time is because last time we did this, we made a bunch of iterations, but we didn't name it. And so it got a little messy nowadays because I can't really go back and see all the changes we made. So I'd rather kind of save it as we go. I mean, you could also just, commit it or whatever, but we didn't do that either. So we just had the final versions at the end of the day. Another important part is like, what are the files we need to edit to do this, right? So we're going to create that. The reason why we're taking a long time on this is because we want to get it right. Because having to rewrite these things again and again takes a lot of work and a lot of compute. So unless we're trying to pump Google stock Thropics. Any other non-devs in here learning everything from scratch? Yeah. Post iteration 1. We're going to read it. So LM generates a query based on schema. Sounds good. There's obviously the details, how that works, but well, here people make this almost. Don't worry, Mohammed. What we're doing now shows that you still have a job. So this is, we still need to do high-level planning and design. Otherwise, it'll be very messy once it gets complex. So to do high-level design, you do have to have some knowledge. For the harder stuff, you can build prototypes, but yeah. Schema provider. Yeah, by the way, if anyone's interested, we have a Discord if you want to join, and we're going to be like building stuff. So if you want to like, join, just going to plug that. Yep, that sounds pretty good. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, exactly. So the next iteration, we had the chart generations, helper functions. So that looks good to me. Let's start with this first part. Let's go ahead and do this first part. And I'm going to just attach the file again just to make sure it knows what we're doing. Well, actually, before I do that, one other thing. Go ahead and add to this doc all the files that you'll need to change for this implementation. And I'll just let it should be able to find everything, I think. This part is not a lot of files, so you don't really need to guide it too much. Things got easier. Better by vibe coding. While we wait, we can also try to generate these two, because this one's pretty simple, this change. This is not too much stuff going on. We can start with this next part. So I'm going to clear this over here. I'm going to attach both. Attach the iteration. So what we're going to create, we're going to create a new doc called proposed iteration 2. At the bottom. The general objective of this is take a look at this other architecture for how our questions work. I gotta make better names for these. It is called pipeline context. I don't know if I spelled it wrong. Okay, there. So, and we'll add the finished. There we go. So the general idea behind what we're trying to do with this plan is we're trying to integrate as much as possible. But this first design doc, you're going to talk about what can we reuse for the mobile apps. Our goal is to create charts based on the mobile app, the queries that were results that we're getting back from the mobile app data. But the mobile app data is going to come back in a different data form. So it might not be compatible. And so we're going to try to figure out, first of all, what can we use? How can we adapt what we've done here in a maintainable way to attach this data set? And so this is what the design doc is going to be about. So start with a more higher level, though, of what we can reuse versus what we can't. Don't dive into the code for this doc. Sorry if you guys were chatting. ACG, how's it going? Vibe coding, the programming, what else is going on? Don't worry, guys. Don't be triggered by the word vibe coding. We're designing, so I'm a programmer, so it's not. By the way, why can't I join the Discord server from the link in the about page? Oh, did it expire? Maybe. Let me fix it. I'll send you. This is the Discord link. Yeah, let me know if that link works, Vetri. Okay, we created this doc over here. Called proposed iteration 1. It's the same one as we had before, just gonna update it. Oh, it doesn't work? Really? Let me give you the new one, I suppose. Okay, copy. Here you go. That one should work. It's a new one. Okay, so ask question, write data. All that looks good to me. And I believe we have an implementation so we can compare. Oh, no, it's just making implementation plan. So let's see what it did. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Okay, cool. Again, makes some sense. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's go ahead and create the tests for this first, and then we'll, so what you're going to do is create all the tests, create a few integration tests, and we're going to put it in our test folder, the updated test suite. And I'm going to attach the file of tests. It's going to save our commands here. So I'll show you guys. It's pretty useful because it keeps track of all the commands we need to run stuff as we build. I think some people they see the I mean I get that the word is kind of stupid. Vibe coder, like, so I get why maybe a little bit of like skepticism, but you know, just note it's like just an evolution, I guess. So like it's like a tool. You're just using a tool. It's nothing new in the sense that it's just a field evolving, right? A little bit. As far as it just increases speed and things like this. Everyone uses it a little differently. Everyone has different ways that they like to use it. Some people just like it as an autofill. They write most of it. They use it as an autofill. Some people like to do more or less, you know. So I keep this folder. It's kind of nice. It's for all of our tests as we go. So whenever I'm like, hey, did we break something? I just run the tests and it's great. The cloud tends to run the tests whenever it changes something, which is nice. So we just keep building these, and I like to. Recently I've been building the tests first, more test-driven development. So it's actually pretty good because what it will do is it will build the tests, then it will implement our plan that we've generated, our design doc, then it will run the tests after, fix bugs, and then it will test it. It's like, okay, at that point, it's actually a reasonable chance that it might work. So that's kind of my workflow, if that helps anybody. Recently. At the beginning it wasn't. But okay, so we created another design doc. This is for the next iteration of this. So right now we're changing the current, how this works. It's doing a query instead. The LLM's going to generate a query instead of taking the raw data. This next part's going to be to connect to our charts. So someone's just joining. What do you think about Linux systems? Ubuntu. I used Linux in college, but I haven't used it in a while. I think I might consider using it again. I don't know. I don't really have like a strong preference, I guess. That makes sense. Really? So you can't join the Discord even though I just sent you the link? Really bizarre. I just made it. I am the admin. Very bizarre. Well, regardless, we will fix it, and just try the link every once in a while. Hopefully you can use it one day. Okay, so it's created this doc. We're going to read it now, the new one. I'm not going to do it here. Actually, yeah, I will do it here. We'll come back to this other one later. So integrate mobile app data with the existing chart pipeline. Our goal is to figure out how much we can reuse. Components we can reuse. Code generator. Yes. The nice thing about how we made the charts is they're more like, they're definitely totally stupid. Like they just render based on the positions of the chart. So when we're using, they're just components. So we can definitely reuse those parts. Excuse me. Link works fine. Cool. Components we can't use, reuse, helper functions. Right. That makes a lot of sense. So I'm kind of thinking at some points, you know, so we have these prompts, right? Where we're telling the LLM how to essentially call the helpers based on like financial data. I think we have to totally segment away from there, and we'll have our own prompts, and then we'll come back and reuse a lot of the charts. I think that we kind of forced to, and we'll have our own helpers for the mobile app data that it's like our library that we provide to the LLM, but we'll only provide some of that interface. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, loading. Hey Vikas, how's it going? Validator. Okay, cool. So we can definitely reuse the validator. That's great. We'll try it out. Chart mapper, nice. Nice. Okay, let's go ahead and build. So we want that high level of both here. And what we want to know is where are we segmenting out the mobile app data? Because my understanding is like, I think what we should do is like we have an LLM, we have a separate LLM prompt for the mobile app data, which means there's a totally separate pipeline there for the mobile app data. And that's where we're going to pass in our prompt specific. It's going to be very much heavily inspired by our company and market data, but that's where we're going to pass in our schemas for the mobile app data. That's where we're going to pass in how it should, generate the scripts for this data, because it's different. So it would be nice to be able to generate different prompts. And then the final part of that is like, then we're going to start reusing the charts. And so go ahead and create this full overview, and we're going to read it. So you could call it, you could put it in that same doc. You just put it at the end. Cool. Thanks for joining, Vitri. Okay, so it created the test suite here. I don't think it did the implementation yet. probably going to discard these, or at least put in another branch. I'll commit these. So I'm going to clean this up a little bit. This file is huge. I didn't realize how big it is. I'm just going to commit all the docs. And this we will probably just discard because it didn't really work very well, to be honest. Okay, cool. So we just generated our tests. Let's go ahead and continue the implementation of this part of the feature. So let's go ahead and continue the implementation and make sure to run the tests at the end when you complete. You just use the CLI git. I just like the UI. I don't know. I like I like it for the diffs. It's just my preference. So sleepy, late night coding. Cool. Yeah, game engine. That's fun. I tried to do something like that, but it's a lot of work. Pretty hard. We were working on that, so this game that we were working on, we tried to do something like this, like add gravity and stuff so the water would like fall, and I could not get it working. Then we tried to put in a library, and using AI with that was kind of a disaster actually. So we removed that too. I guess it hasn't created the schema for the mobile apps yet. So we should definitely create that document, the mobile app data. What's your versioning process look like? Do you plan it all out? Do you ship and iterate? Currently, our process is we run the tests when we make changes in a certain area. And we have this like test doc that we send to the LLM when we want to run tests, so it knows what tests we have. So it's this doc here. I'll move this over here. And so we send it, and then it knows which things to run whenever we make a change. So we're changing a certain category. I'm gonna change the song. Okay, so it added it to the bottom of the document, this one here. So we're going to read that, kind of make sure we have a good understanding. Oh, that's perfect, yeah. Okay, so we have two different types of chats. Currently, we go to the market or company data source. This is perfect, okay. Schema. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. So this code generator, that's where we have our prompts and everything. The prompts are where we're showing, hey, AI, like here's our interface. You don't generate any other code besides using our interface, our library here. And we're going to have separate helpers for the mobile app data because they're going to be different. We're collecting it differently. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Then we go to the executor, and all of the rest of it is the same. And then if you look at the chat, we're going to add lots more different types of data, and it's just going to be plugging in. We're just going to keep plugging in other types, but they'll all come to the same last part, executor, validator. So that way we can reuse all of this. So that looks good on a high level. Let's go ahead and create a new doc. This is going to be the implementation. Actually, don't do that. Put the implementation at the bottom. So this is what this is going to include is all the files to change. I'm going to attach you the current architecture of the question pipeline. So that way you know how to integrate this. So this is going to include both the changes to make and the integration of it. I think it's not too much of an integration, so I'm going to do it in the same doc. Make the change at the bottom of the doc though. The quality of share is a little bit low. To improve it next videos. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Mohammed. I really appreciate that feedback. I can actually fix that right now, I think. Let me see if I can bump up the... Oh, I know how to fix this. There's a way I can change the settings on the mic. I'll do that, definitely, by next stream. Thanks for the input. So you're saying the quality of the screen share, yeah. It could be just related to my MacBook. It's not powerful enough. Cool. So it looks like 32 passed out of the ones we... So what did we do? We changed the mobile app data structure. So that way the LLM now generates the query, which then we execute and get the data. Before, since we had so little data, the original implementation just passed in the data. So we're going to retest manually. It says the test pass, and this is your integration test, so we'll be the judge of whether this works. I'm going to ask a simpler question, though, because that one didn't work before, so it's not a good test. I'll just ask, how were the reviews of Instagram recently? Just ask that. Oh, I attached the wrong data. So we added a new thing recently, too, where you can auto-detect the data for the question. But I think just to start, I'm just going to attach it manually. Then we'll test that component. New year. Have you shared your vibe coding workflow? Yeah, if you're interested, I might make a video, but feel free to rewind about 10, 20, maybe 10 minutes, and you can kind of see what I'm doing here. Right now we're doing like the high level planning stuff. So this is maybe helpful for people if they're like, hey, sometimes I work on my project, but then I get stuck. Like I work on it and then I can't add any more features. It's like, what happens? It's like, at some point you have to do this kind of higher level planning operation. And maybe this would help people, this process of like, how do I do it? How do I keep moving the project forward, I guess? And this is just the nature of like when you add more and more code, it gets more and more complex. So over time, AI is going to struggle to integrate everything together. So you have to be a little more surgical. You have to plan a little more. You have to kind of create these docs. That's my workflow anyway. Everyone's a little different, right? Some people like to write it a lot more. They're in the code. They're using it for autofill. And everyone has their preferences. This is my way of doing it at the moment, right? I'm learning as I'm going, but hopefully I'll learn a lot more, like by the end of this process. So Instagram. So it looks like this worked pretty well. So it looks like the main issues were account issues, content moderation, some bugs, so much glitch. When I post music, removed automatically. Not good, not working. Okay, very nice. Cool. I guess let's try the harder question. Maybe it'll work now, because before, the reason why this didn't work, right, is because it wasn't doing a query. Maybe if it's doing a query now, it'll work. I'll just say last 100 reviews. I'll attach the... Interested to see. Okay. It's not categorized reviews. Yeah, so we probably need to add that as like a category in our data that we're collecting. 8 hours a day, can't you learn to actually code? I do know how to code. I was an engineer for over 4 years, and I have a CS degree, so don't judge me by the title, I suppose. I don't have a problem with the word vibe code, so yeah, no problem. Okay, so so it added an implementation section at the bottom here. Let's see, where does it start? To here. So this is the part where I suppose this is right when we separate up here, right this beginning part. Question. Looks good, high level, I guess. Ideally, we have like in our other pipeline, we have a config file. We don't just put it in here, but it's fine for the moment. So this is the more interesting part. Where we get to our prompts. These are our prompts. I don't know what the current profile is. Oh, I see. That's by profile, they mean the company. We got our helper docs. I'm going to ask it to create the interface doc because we're going to create a new one. So go ahead in this doc. We're going to create a new interface doc. It should be based on this one. This one should be called the mobile app helper interface. And it should be structured exactly the same way, but just with the new helpers that we're going to use for this implementation. I'm going to change the song. I'm going to go ahead and commit because it seems like all the tests passed. When we tested it, it worked on a few questions, so that's promising. So yep, so docs plus iteration 1 of mobile app pipeline. Cool. Make sure to put this in that implementation doc, this iteration 2, where the file is. That way the LM knows where to plug it in. Also so in our question pipeline, we have a config for like how many retries and things like that. Let's add that too. It's a nice to have, and put it in the doc as well. I guess we'll continue reading while we wait. Plenty to look at. Should add the interface. Other than that, it looks good so far. We have more chart types than this, so we have to correct this. Maybe there's a reason why I chose those, so I'm going to ask. Maybe it figured, hey, these are only the charts that work with the data that we're using. It's possible. I'm not sure. But you should be able to use like scatter plot and thing, I would think. Define. Use the helper functions. Yep. This is very similar to our other prompts that we run for our financial data. Yep, that looks good. Very similar. This is the helper function, so it defined it here, but you put it in the interface. Rating trend. Yeah, that's cool. Did you make sure for these helpers, they should output an output that's going to work with our charts? That's sort of the purpose of these helpers. So double check this. I'm pretty sure these do not output in the right data format. So the idea is we supply the helpers to the LLM. At the end of that helper, it's going to get the data in the necessary format for the chart. Yeah, exactly. Chart render expects slot data, where you put in like what's for each label, things like this. So I'm going to stop it there because I don't understand where it's going. Oh, I see. So what it noticed is it says, hey, the render of the chart, it's like coupled with this idea of percentages on the y-axis. So because we have some different data, if we tried to use the renderer, it wouldn't work. So I think the right approach is you fix the renderer to support other types of y-axis, because we're going to need to use it in the future. So I'm thinking we should probably fix that problem with the renderer, so that way we'll be able to use this in the future when we have different data. So let's create a plan to do that. It's going to be called chart render fix for whatever chart render you notice this on. And I'm going to read it. Go ahead and put it in just the docs folder. Don't create a directory for it. So this is going to be a much simpler one. We'll add some tests to validate this in the future. We probably have this problem in a few places, I bet, on a few of the chart renderers. So we will probably create tests for all of them, just so that way we don't have to fix it again later. So as you can see, like some of the benefit of doing this like planning is like we're finding bugs before we run into it later. So like as we're planning, hey, we notice a chart renderer won't be supported when we pass this certain type of data. You know what I mean? Okay, so I created a new doc. We're going to go and check it out. I called it chart render fix. We should maybe make a folder called bugs or something. The comparison bar render hard codes percentages, make it unusable for non-percentage data. So you'll notice that a lot of times Opus 4.5 will want to add these kinds of things. If you're working on a project where you're just building it, you don't care about backwards compatibility on a lot of the cases, pretty much all the cases, because you're still building. So there's no users. So what we're going to do is we're not going to have this. Before I implement this, I'm going to ask it to look through the other chart renders to make sure the other ones don't have the same problems. So what I'd like you to do is look through the other chart renders and make sure that the others don't have the same problem. And if they do, go ahead and add it to this doc. Okay, this is our, this is the change I made for the config file. I think it maybe added quite a lot that we do not want. So we're going to ask it to simplify. It should just be a few things. Max retries, timeout seconds. Yeah, this kind of stuff, too much. Drastically simplify the config file. It should just be like a few things. Max retries, timeout seconds, and actually that's it. Just leave it for that for now. We have a few others on the other one, but well, I'm not going to do it here because this one doesn't have the context of what we're doing, so I'll do it over here. Okay, so let's see if it found other charts that have the same problem. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to do it over here. Okay, it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so as we expected, all the chart renders have this particular problem, which is just that it hard codes in percentages to the y-axis. So let's fix that first before we add new data that do not depend on that. So what is the fix? Does it have the fix here? Oh, here it is. Okay, so double check with me 2 things. Number 1, give me a brief overview of how you're fixing this and how you're going to fix this for the existing pipeline. Will it work, the changes you make, with our existing flow of how we send, how we use the chart render? And number 2, are you doing anything that's like backwards compatibility related? If so, let's just talk about it. Do not make any changes to the doc at the moment. That's pretty wordy, but I just want to not have it do things I don't want at the moment.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive.
The fix only touches the slot-based renderer. The existing financial pipeline uses the legacy renderer.
Beneath the stars.
Yeah, don't do that. Why are you making the assumption that our other pipeline is calling the legacy renderers? Well, okay, first of all, whatever led you to that conclusion, we have to change, right? Because there's no legacy renderers. So everything is the new renderers. So please tell me what led you to that conclusion. Was it maybe some naming within the project? So that's one thing, right? If you have a certain naming, like a structure, that might suggest, hey, these files are old. It might come to some conclusions. So I have to make sure it all makes sense. So when it reads the project, it's like, okay, it gets the right high level understanding. So for whatever reason, it believes the chart renders, some of them are legacy versus not or something. So we're going to fix that. So in our comments, right, even in the comments, right, if it puts comments that lead it in the wrong direction, you should fix it because it's, yeah, just to decrease the quality of the generations and stuff. So please validate that all of our, and when I'm talking about this particular pipeline, right? Let me attach, I think I know what's going on. We did not delete the old pipeline, even though we migrated everything to the new version. So everything was migrated to this version, and this version calls the slot chart renderers. But double check, right? Double check. Everything there should be calling the renderers that are slot based. We're kind of going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here. I'm going to keep it in my notes because in case we do not get to the end of this today. So what did we do? We started down the rabbit hole of a mobile app iteration v2 in docs/mobile. I think it's mobile app or something. We implemented the first iteration, which is the executing the queries. The V2, we went down the rabbit hole of chart render is dependent, is hard coding percents for the y-axis. And now we're in a place where we're asking whether... Who are we listening to? Change the song. We're asking whether all of today's architecture... Oh, first, the LLM believes some chart renders are legacy, in which case we should fix the comments, the comment structure that led to that conclusion. And now we're making sure that today's architecture V2 and pipeline, we'll just call it question pipeline V2, all call the slot-based chart renders. So you can see why I wrote this down, because I will, if I start again tomorrow, there's zero chance I would remember that, all of that stuff. So not everything is using slot-based renders, only comparison. But here's the thing. Right? Those other charts did not need slot-based rendering because they did not have labels that were required. So what we need to do, labels that required slot-based rendering. So what we need to do is we need to create a doc. This doc is going to be called Clarifying Understanding of Legacy Charts.md. Put it in docs under bugs, the bugs folder. And our goal here is to start removing all of the things that led to your conclusion that there are legacy chart renders. So we're going to develop this plan. This plan is going to be removal of the old today's brief architecture, removal of the old question pipeline architecture, because we fully migrated to V2 already. And it's going to include removing all the comments related to legacy, related to some being slot-based. You know, these are all charts that are 100% working. So let's create this doc. I guess not 100% working, but tested and working. So we're on and then once we get this out, we can go all the way back. Let's kind of just like, you know, pop these as we go. So, and now we're creating a doc to remove old code and comments that led to misunderstanding when generating the design docs. Let me look at the comments. Sorry if you guys were chatting. I haven't looked in a while. Hey, have a good one. Guess it's kind of like a manager feels. Yeah. Have a good one, Vav lives Stavern. All right, guys, it's been 8 hours. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for today. We have our work cut out for us in the morning, so got this. But by the end of tomorrow, hopefully we'll have our new mobile app architecture set up, and hopefully it can generate charts, and that would be pretty cool. All right, I'm head out. See you guys. Feel free to join our Discord if you would like.